We are live. We're doing a live show tonight, Friday night, October 7th. Nebraska Cornhuskers, Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Let's get it on. Friday night, Big Ten football. I've got my Gopher jersey on, my sweatshirt on. Don't ask me why. I'm still feeling the effects of last week's loss to Purdue at home. We've got breaking news tonight. We got Kennesaw State joining the Conference USA for 2023, making the Conference USA now a 10-team membership, 10-team conference. Great news for Kennesaw State, a public college out of Georgia, metro area. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into the importance now. Some of you are probably saying, Greg, that's not important. That's not the important story of tonight. You're correct. It's not the biggest story of tonight. However, as you know, everything in college football is important here at College Football's Peak Around the Corner. And that includes the expansion. Excuse me, sorry about that. That includes the expansion of Conference USA. James comes off the bat and says October 15th is coming up. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This window. And if this decision window that we talked about in July, we'll get into that as well. We're going to get into everything here at the live show Friday night. Peek around the corner. Make sure you make your comments, make your thoughts known in the comment section below the video. I'm going to be watching the Nebraska Cornhusker game versus Rutgers. In my selections this week, I picked Nebraska -3. So I want them to cover against Rutgers. But they're also in the Big Ten West. So I kind of want them to lose. I want them to win. I want them to lose. So I'm very conflicted. Let's just say this. If Nebraska wins tonight, they better win by more than 3 points. If they win by one or 2 points, I get shattered both ways. I get Nebraska winning the game, helping themselves in the Big Ten West, and I also don't win my play, one of my selections. Waiting for people to come in, so we're going to talk about the football game. Starts in about 10 minutes. Again, when I react to the football game, it's quite behind the rest of you guys. It's not so much that my TV is behind your TV all that much, but my OBS system is behind. We're working on it. We're going to get it fixed here in the next week. So I'm going to be a good play and a half behind you guys watching this game. I hope it doesn't ruin your experience too much. You're going to see my reaction to a play well after you've all reacted. So my apologies to that. Once again, smash that like button if you like the content of the show. Please subscribe to our channel if you have not subscribed yet. 67% of the people who watch this show on a daily basis are not subscribers. Please subscribe to our channel. It helps us so much. And hitting that like button helps us too. And share this video with your family and friends if you want to contribute to the show to keep the lights on. There's Venmo and PayPal information going across the bottom of the screen. You can hit the super chat button, the $ button next to your comment section. You can donate to the show. A free donation to the show is to hit that like button, however. It helps us with the algorithm so much on YouTube. Appreciate it. Now, we've got enough people in our chat. We're going right to the breaking news of this evening. Nice to see you, Skull Ducky. I do have a recipe for you from my wife, so I have to get that information to you. Nice to see you, GT. Thanks for responding to my previous questions the other day. No problem. If I do miss any of your responses, just get back to me on Twitter at Flug Empire or wait for the next live show to pop up. I will get to I read all the comments. I can't possibly get to everybody's comments on Twitter and all these shows. But I do read them all. They all go up in here in this little noggin here. I do read them all. Nerea, the wife, the moderator, the wife of this show, says very good flugs. She's got the recipe for you, Sko Ducky. But let's get to the breaking news of this evening. SBJ, Sports Business Journal, from Michael Smith, just broke about 30 minutes before we went live tonight. The Pac-12 exclusive. Now I'm reading the article. It's a short article. Bear with me, guys. Very important news that broke. Sort of what we anticipated, but I've got my thoughts on this. I want you guys to put down your thoughts down at the comment section. Here we go. By Michael Smith from the article. The Pac-12 exclusive negotiating window with the incumbents ESPN and Fox Sports has ended without a deal, meaning the conference can now take its full set of media rights to the open market. Sources tell SBJ, that's Sports Business Journal. The next phase of talks is underway, with the Pac-12 expected to open negotiations with other media companies for linear TV rights and streaming rights. This is where sports properties often expect, or at least hope, multiple bidders to drive the rights fees higher. I got my thoughts on that. Okay, let's continue. In the exclusive period, the Pac-12 could only negotiate the package of rights that ESPN and Fox had. Now that the conference has moved its rights into the open market, all of its games are open for bidding. There isn't a clear picture of when the Pac-12 will be able to finalize a deal. Its current arrangement has the conference in a 12-year deals with ESPN and Fox that run through the 2023-2024 season. Sources have said that ESPN and Fox continue to have strong interest. Well, I think half of that is correct. I'm not sure. Fox may have some interest, but strong interest, I highly doubt. But let's continue. But other digital companies like Amazon and Apple are thought to have an appetite for Pac-12 rights as well. The negotiations are expected to continue into early 2023 if they're not solidified sooner. Talks at this stage also brings more details to the table, such as night games and late start games, issues that have agitated Pac-12 followers in the past. The previous deal that paid the conference $250 million annually was negotiated a dozen years ago, was considered a lucrative, groundbreaking deal for the league at the time. The Pac-12 is negotiating a new deal on the heels of losing USC and UCLA to the Big Ten. I'm going to give you my thoughts, and then I'm going to read your thoughts down in the comments section below the video. Let's get to it. It doesn't surprise anybody. Well, I shouldn't say it doesn't surprise anybody, but it doesn't surprise me that the deal was not made. Right? The deal was not made. When you go into an exclusive negotiating window, you do it with your current media partners, which was ESPN and Fox, and the deal couldn't get done. First of all, Fox, I don't think, really expressed much of an interest in the Pac-12. They definitely, if they had an offer, was an extreme lowball offer to the Pac-12. We do know by SBJ's own reports during the last couple months, or especially in the last month, that there were hundreds of millions of dollars apart in the lifetime of the deal between Pac-12, the Pac-12 Commissioner George Kliavkoff, what he thought the Pac-12 was valued at, and what ESPN thought the Pac-12 should be valued at. There were hundreds of millions of dollars apart. So they weren't close. They were hundreds of millions of dollars apart. They couldn't reach a deal. Of course, my thoughts go to the fact that, during these negotiations that the Pac-12 has been negotiating with ESPN and somewhat with Fox, at the same time, Oregon and Washington have been having preliminary discussions with the Big Ten. We know this because Brett McMurphy, his own independent great reporting from Action Network, has reported this. and it has been confirmed by other national reporters. And then Dennis Dodd from CBS Sports reports that there's still a pursuit from the Big Ten to see if they can get Washington and Oregon and Stanford into this in further Big Ten expansion. So all this has been going on. It's still going on. While Pac-12 is negotiating with ESPN and Fox, Pac-12 they had so little leverage with ESPN and Fox. I guess my question is, yes, it is interesting times. James, it is interesting times. I'll get to your comments in a section, in a minute here. My question is, and I hope some reporters out there can get to some of this, is did George Kliavkoff ever get an offer that he actually put out in front of the 10 current Pac-12 institutions? Did he get an offer from ESPN or a combination of ESPN and Fox? And did he say, here it is. Here's the deal. Did he ever get to that point? That's my first question. Now you might ask, why is that important? Well, if that happened, then I want to know, was it a total of all 10 schools say, nah, this is not close? Or was there Washington and Oregon and possibly Stanford stalling this out, giving more time to Amazon and Big Ten? Reports are they're talking, right? So was this a deal where George Kliavkoff thought the number was so low he couldn't even present it, number one? Or number two, did he get a deal, an offer to where he did present it, and part of the school said, no, can't do this? Or did he present an offer and none of the schools said, this is ridiculous, low offer? I would like to know what happened. We may never find out. We do not have any information, no intel here at Peek Around the Corner. And then there's a question here that popped up in the comments. I'm going to get to your comments right now about the grant of rights. The grant of rights is going to be part of this deal, right? Fox and ESPN are going to want to know that the teams cannot get out of this conference in the lifetime of the deal. They want to have some grant of rights. We know from our own reporting here at Peek Around the Corner, go back to episode 52, the money perch at Oregon said Oregon is not signing nothing, no grant of rights that has really any big teeth with it. They used a different expression. We use the expression teeth a lot. I can't remember what the expression was, but they're not going to sign anything that they really couldn't get out of 3 years from now if the Big Ten decides to expand 3 years from now and Oregon is like one of their targets. So I'm just wondering what type of grant of rights was attached to an offer. If there was an offer. I mean, if they're hundreds of millions apart, truly so far apart, maybe George Kliavkoff couldn't even present anything to the institutions. And one more thing. We know that Pac-12 wants to get into discussions with Amazon, right? Now they can talk to Amazon. Now they can have open talk with other media partners. You look at the article. In the exclusive period, the Pac-12 could only negotiate the package of rights that ESPN and Fox had. Now the conference has moved this right into the open market. All of the games are open for bidding. Good. Sure enough. They can talk to Amazon now, clearly, right? The problem is Big Ten's been talking to Amazon for months. 4 months. That's another problem the Pac-12 had. Oh, and guess who's coming through the back door? The Big 12. The Big 12 has moved up through the back door. They got their, they moved up their negotiations 18 months to where they've been talking to ESPN and Fox, just like the Pac-12 has, and it's been reported by Dennis Dodd, CBS, that Big 12 and Amazon want to have a talk. So let me get to your comments. A lot to explore. Again, Rutgers, Nebraska. Big Ten game. I don't know who I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for both teams. I've got Nebraska with the spread -3. And, of course, Nebraska's in the Big Ten West. And, of course, I want them to lose. So I'm split. Okay, here we go. Lots of questions. Sean Singh says, without a new Gore, no wonder. Has there been a report out there that I think there has to be some sort of grant of rights attached to it. Whether how strong it is, I don't know. But Fox and ESPN are going to want the conference to own some grant of rights, to have the media rights of the schools, so the schools just don't leave out on them, right? So there has to be something there. James, will Oregon, Washington, Stanford, Cal sign a binding grant of rights? Well, how strong is the binding? I guess that's the question. If they're going to sign a deal with if the Big Ten doesn't get the money they need to expand in the Big Ten, for the Big Ten to expand from Amazon or another potential new media partner, then Washington, Oregon, Stanford are probably going to have to sign some deal with the Pac-12. But they don't want to sign your traditional grant of rights that has strong teeth in it, because they want to be able to parachute out of that conference if an opportunity arises with the Big Ten a couple years down the road. Joey, for two fan bases, October 15th, the only thing that matters is Penn State versus Michigan. I really feel the loser still has a decent chance to make the college football playoffs. They both still play Ohio State. Big game. Huge game. But Penn State still has to play my mighty Gophers, so don't forget that. James, now what is it the chess with the Big 12? What does Fox want to happen, and what does ESPN? Well, I think deep down, I think Fox would have absolutely no problem with Big 12 expanding and grabbing 2 to 4 of those Pac-12 schools. No problem at all. From Fox perspective, no problem at all, right? Because they want to continue their relationship with the Big 12. Pac-12, not so much. Not so much. Not from the Fox perspective. ESPN's perspective, it's a little bit more complicated. They wouldn't mind having some Pac-12 staying together, having some content, late night content. ESPN would rather have the Pac-12 stay together, in my opinion. Fox perspective, I think they'd rather have the Big 12 become the stronger of those two conferences. GT, I'm also curious why people keep wanting Oregon. Of the 4 schools, the potential expansion, I feel Oregon is the weakest. They spend the least in research. They do. Oregon is not a big research university. Even though they're AAU, they're not a big research university. They basically would be last of all the Big Ten universities in research dollars, yearly research and expenditures dollars. No doubt about it. But Oregon is a respected university, even though they're not a big, large research university. Oregon may lose the AAU status in a couple of years, just like Nebraska did. Okay? Just like Iowa State is losing now. Iowa State University in Ames, Iowa. But Oregon is a huge brand, a brand multiplier. Huge brand. They truly are. They dominate the Mountain West states. They have a huge following throughout the West. It's not just in Portland, Oregon. It's not just in Eugene. It's not just the state of Oregon. It's all over. It even creeps into my beloved state of Minnesota, the western counties of Minnesota. Oregon is a huge brand. They're valuable. They are extremely, extremely valuable. And they are a natural couple with the University of Washington. We talk about Big Ten wanting to expand beyond 16 schools, the high motivation because of scheduling reasons, right? To double dip scheduling with schools out in the West Coast. Oregon and Washington are a natural combination to do double dip scheduling. University of Minnesota softball team can go out there and play Oregon doubleheader on a Friday and play Washington doubleheader on a Sunday or something like that. Okay, just an example. Okay, so Oregon is a huge brand, and I think they're right there with Washington in total value for the Big Ten. Kickoff. The game is on its way. Again, Rutgers, Nebraska. Watch the game along with me. Take your favorite beverage, bag of chips, Big Ten football Friday night. Speaking of Big Ten football and Friday night, if Amazon grabs some content of the Big Ten here, if Big Ten expands, this would be the Amazon slot Friday night. Amazon would own Big Ten Friday night football. Just like they own NFL Thursday night football, they would own college football Big Ten Friday night. All right. Geez, I don't know who I'm rooting for. I don't like all the black uniforms from Rutgers. Do not like that at all. Noah Vedral gets the start for Rutgers. Former Nebraska. There it is. That's a big completion. Jones Jr., Rutgers. Again, I'm probably going to be a play and a half behind you guys. Skoducky, Oregon's brand has grown so much in the past 20 years. Yeah, it's a huge brand. And to be fair, if you live up in Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Idaho, even Nebraska, took that to the outside. That's Brown, right? He's having a good season. He's the guy who can pop it. Number 27 for Rutgers. Okay. To be fair, we can see the brand here in the brand of Oregon up in here. Maybe other parts of the country, they just don't know the large brand of Oregon. Maybe they don't see it. They don't see their signs on the cars. You see Oregon all over the place here in Minnesota. There's another good run outside, 27. That's Brown. First down, Rutgers. Okay, sorry guys. Big football game tonight. Nebraska, Rutgers. Daniel, my brother from another mother. If Notre Dame hasn't made a commitment by now, I think the Big Ten adds 4 more Pac-12 schools and then waits to 2034 for Notre Dame to make a final decision. You could be right, Daniel. That's a flag. You could be right. I know there was great optimism within the Big Ten that Notre Dame would finally make the jump. That's offsides, Nebraska. Again, guys, I'm going to be well behind you in the game. Sorry, you're going to see my reactions to the play, about a play and a half behind you guys. It's just the way it is. Notre Dame, I think the walls are closing in on them. I know Notre Dame fans don't like to hear me talk about this, but these conferences are getting more and more powerful, the decision making. I know a lot of people like to lean into the fact that the expansion of the college football playoffs makes Notre Dame independence more attractive to them to stay in it. But man, we'll see. We'll see if Notre Dame actually gets a decent contract with NBC. We've heard this number of $60 $60 million floated around. But again, they haven't signed anything, right? NBC and Notre Dame hasn't signed anything, and they could sign a deal right now. There's nothing stopping those two. There's nothing stopping Notre Dame and their media partner from making a deal early to help Notre Dame out to sign the deal. And that hasn't happened yet. Okay, Rutgers calls a timeout, second and third. I feel myself rooting for Rutgers right now. I feel it. I guess I'm so anti-Cornhusker because they're in the Big Ten West. I'm going to go against my own selection, one of my great 8 picks on Peek Around the Corner we do every Tuesday. And I need wins in these selections. I'm 21-21-1 overall. I have had 3 straight losing weeks in a row. But again, I feel like I'm rooting against my pick against Nebraska. All right. Joey, Big Ten needs to go south and southwest of Texas to get teams. The rest of the Pac-12 brings absolutely no value to the Big Ten. Well, first of all, Big Ten's motivation to expand more in the Pacific Coast, that's a quarterback run. That's a touchdown. Touchdown Rutgers. Touchdown Vedral. Touchdown, quarterback run. Okay, the number one motivation for Big Ten is for travel issues. Their goal was never to stop at 16 teams, to stop at USC and UCLA. Never was the goal. And we reported that on July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, okay, right after the announcement. It was never the goal. Now, can they get their targets? Can they get an Oregon and Washington and then a Stanford? Can they get them? Can they get the money from Amazon? That's the question. That's the question. Because Kevin Warren has to swing the votes, the president's votes. They do not want to have just USC and UCLA on an island at 16 schools. That was never the goal. So that's the number one value. The motivation, the value that Oregon and Washington would bring. University of Oregon is a huge research university, huge brand, big market, Seattle, right? So Washington brings value. Oregon is a huge brand. Now there are many in the Big Ten that doesn't want to expand further than 16. Many fan bases, I understand it, but I'm just reporting you the motivations from the very get-go. Boy, Nebraska's getting a lot of penalties on them. From the very get-go, it was never the plan just to stop at 16. And that's why you've had all these discussions through July, through August, through September. Now we're in October. That's why the story hasn't died. Because the goal was never to stop at 16. If the goal was to stop at 16 and to say we're not expanding anymore, this story would be dead long time ago. People in the national college football reporters have reported, yeah, things have cooled, not happening, this and that. And here at Peek Around the Corner, we kept hearing differently. So we said to you all, this story isn't dead. And here we are, October 7th. Story is not dead. Not yet. Not yet. Big Ten is in talks with Amazon and Apple. You know, their goal is to expand if the deal can be done, if the money is there. Rutgers, 7. Nebraska, 0. I read a report before this game started that Nebraska's cornerback, now Nebraska fans, you got to let me know if this is true or not. Tommy Hill, their number one, basically, I shouldn't say their number one, but one of their biggest transfers, they got in the transfer portal, cornerback, he got benched last week, and now he's playing receiver this week. Wow. I tell you, Scott Frost missed so many times in recruiting. He missed so many times in the transfer portal. It's stunning. Daniel, then it could be 21 to 24 teams, which is bizarre, honestly. I never thought the Big Ten would ever consider going beyond 16. But I understand adding more teams beyond 16 is added leverage. Yeah, I don't know what that end number is. I don't think the Big Ten knows what it is. As Kevin Warren talked to Brian Gumbel on HB Sports, don't know what that number is. But the number is not 16. And the goal was never to have just 2 teams out in the West Coast. You saw what Jim Delaney did. He brought in Rutgers and Maryland after failing to get Virginia and North Carolina. He brought in Rutgers and Maryland. He didn't want Penn State to be on an island. And there are going to be other additions in the Southeast. I think there's consensus among everybody. Okay, Casey Thompson, good dump off pass, tight end. I think there's consensus everywhere that eventually the Big Ten will target some Southeastern teams. Now, the Big Ten doesn't always get what they want. Great example of that is Texas and Oklahoma. But they're going to target some schools, and Notre Dame at this point. But they're going to target some teams later on in the Southeast. A national conference of, let's say, 20 teams. Ooh, he almost busted that run. That Grant, man, he's having a good season. Anthony Grant from Nebraska, number 10. You're not going to have a Big Ten conference of 20 teams with only 2 out in California, out in the Pacific Coast. That composition just isn't going to fly. That's not going to work. So, in your mind, if you say, well, if the Big Ten's going to expand past 16, which all indications say they will, to say they're going to do that and only have USC and UCLA west of Lincoln, Nebraska, I don't know what to tell you. That just isn't going to be reality. Rutgers stuffs the run. That just isn't going to be reality. Just isn't going to happen, guys. So, Tough Tony, with always the tough questions, has come into the house. I read that the Rutgers game is sold out. That would be 2 games in a row. Maybe things are moving in the right direction for Rutgers. Yes, you are correct, Tony. This is the second sellout in a row. This is the first time. Oh, is that a completion? Those feet were out of bounds. Trey Palmer. Now, he's been a good transfer for Nebraska. He has been a good pickup for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Nebraska's going to have to punt. And sorry, guys, once again, I'm way behind you. My reaction is going to be way behind your reactions. Football game, I apologize. We're going to try to speed that up here in the coming weeks. Tony, when Rutgers joined the Big Ten, that first season when they were a Big Ten member, they had 3 sellout home games in a row. 3. And this is the first time since that year, 2014, that Rutgers has sold out 2 home games in a row. So, Tony, you bring up a good point. This is an important game for Rutgers. I mean, of course it's an important game for Nebraska. They're trying to win 2 in a row, right? They beat Indiana Hoosiers last week. Big Ten West is wide open. And you got Mickey Joseph, the interim head coach, fighting for the opportunity to become the new head coach in Nebraska. So, yeah, this is an important game for Nebraska. Kind of. But for Rutgers, Schiano, head coach, man, Piscataway, this is a big game in Piscataway. Huge game for Rutgers. Trying to make that bowl game again. Huge game. And the fans come out and support. That's great. Why would Amazon go for Pac if they can get a foot in the door with the Big Ten and get 2 of the better Pac teams? Skoducky. Peter Johnson, I'll get to your question in a second. Sorry, man. I missed it. The moderator of the show, Mireya Flugar, she's got to get on the ball and make sure I don't miss any questions. So the moderator, you're watching the show, please get on the ball. Anyways, we'll go to Skoducky, then your comment, Mr. Johnson. Skoducky, why would Amazon go for Pac if they can get a foot in the door with Big Ten and get 2 of the better Pac teams? Well, if they, I don't think they would. I think they're going for Big Ten. I think they're going all out for Big Ten once again. Once again, they're going for Big Ten. See if they can offer enough money. See if they see enough value. Let's go back. Let me answer Peter Johnson's question. Then I'll go back to yours, Ducky. Peter, any more steam from Utah? I'm crossing my fingers. No steam on Utah, Peter, but absolutely no steam on University of California, Berkeley. If we had the peek around the corner steam meter, which maybe we have to produce, peek around the corner steam meter, Utah steam, while not much, is bigger than University of California and be having the fourth team in the Big Ten expansion. I know I'm going to get ripped on from people. Oh, Greg, you're being irresponsible. Supposedly I was irresponsible from March 31st to June 30th as well. Well, look what happened there. We got no steam on University of California. And we know they're a great university. Big Ten presidents want to rub elbows with the University of California. Incredible research university. We understand all that. We're just not getting that steam from the money perch. Nobody is talking. Nobody is saying, yes, University of California is going to be that 20 school. We want University that 20 school. We know Utah as an emerging fan base, big population growth in that state. We know Utah, even though Salt Lake City is a growing city, obviously, and they have growing other towns in Utah, big growth. We know it's not the market of Northern California. We know that. But the fan intensity, Rutgers establishing a running game. Now, they just can't give up the ball here. Don't give up the ball deep in your territory. But, if let's just say we're just pretending here, Utah, 20th Big Ten school, Big Ten network would be sold in Utah. Utah Utes fan base would actually buy the Big Ten network. Would consume the Big Ten network. In their streaming package or their cable package, they would buy the Big Ten network. Okay, Rutgers running that ball. And would that Big Ten network be sold in San Francisco? Huge market, right? Huge market. Now, the one other thing that probably plays against Utah is these conferences, they like to couple their additions together. They like to couple them up. And who's Utah's really other couple? It isn't really Stanford, right? Oregon and Washington is a couple. USC, UCLA is a couple. Texas, Oklahoma were a couple. Did they get that first down? They got first down. Rutgers, Brown. They're starting to hammer Nebraska. Oh, offensive lineman down. So that plays against Utah. I don't know who their natural couple is. I mean, I suppose you could say Colorado, but Colorado's not in play. So that plays against Utah. Sean's saying, I think Amazon or ESPN would be happy with a 10 p.m. Eastern kickoff involving USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon. Don't see where the Big Ten necessarily has to grab more than 2 Pac-12 schools. I kind of agree with you. I can see them stopping at 17, 18. It helps with the travel so much, the scheduling so much. It helps greatly if you just take Oregon and Washington. It helps so greatly with the regionality that you're creating with the non-revenue sports, the Olympic sports. However, we know at peek around the corner, we know that there's a great desire to make Stanford a Big Ten university. I mean, we've talked about in the past. So that throws for us, they have actually discussed Stanford. We have intel on Stanford. So therefore, that kind of messes with just taking 17, 18 from our perspective. Well, we don't have steam on is California. And everybody, if you notice, Dennis Dodd, Brett McMurphy, other independent reports always have Stanford in the mix. We definitely have Stanford in the mix. We definitely have stuff on Stanford that Big Ten presidents want Stanford to become a Big Ten university. But, Stanford needs to have someone grease the skids for them. In other words, I think the idea was Notre Dame inclusion would definitely grease the skids for Stanford. It doesn't look like that's happening. So it gets more complicated for Stanford. Tony, love Utah. How about Oregon, Washington, Stanford, and Kansas? Well, wouldn't that be something? Here's Kansas, right? They're investing all of this money, hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't want to say the number because I'll probably get it wrong, but hundreds of millions of dollars into a new football stadium, just like a whole new athletic village. Things are going to be attached to the football stadium, probably hotels or somewhere close around there. And we do know when Kevin Warren, when he talked about possible Big Ten expansion, this is well before the UCLA and USC news broke, when people weren't taking Kevin Warren seriously. He did bring up the point that Big Ten expansion, one of the important components would be basketball, the basketball value. Wouldn't that be something if Kansas was the 20th school and you just kept your 5 Pac-12 school, your 5 Pacific Coast schools, right? UCLA, USC, Stanford, Washington, Oregon, and then Kansas would be. Of course, we're speculating here, guys, right? We have no intel on Kansas, no recent intel on Kansas. That's good speculation, Tony. Joey, Utah is a perfect fit for the Big Ten. Their coach is absolutely a winner. Utah already plays the same type of game as current Big Ten schools. Yes, they do. The thing is, though, a Big Ten invitation to become a Big Ten member, that is a big completion downfield. Noah Vedral is dealing. Wow. First down Rutgers in the Nebraska Cornhuskers territory. A Big Ten invitation is a 100-year type of deal. Ooh, that could have been picked off. Overthrown. But Vedral's feeling it. It's a 100-year decision. That's what I'm trying to say. So you don't want to make, you're not just going by what a football program is currently doing or who's their head coach. Total yards, Rutgers 120, Nebraska 13. I forgot to put up the score here. Again, normally I would have no problem rooting for Rutgers over Nebraska. Big run. No. What was that? Oh, that was a sack. I thought he handed it off to Brown. He probably should have. Normally I would have no problem rooting for Rutgers over Nebraska. None whatsoever. However, I picked Nebraska to cover this game -3. So I'm already in trouble with my pick. Terry Aloysius, Himalacious, Connotacious, Nord is in the house. He says, I finally got here. Let's see if he has any worthwhile comments. Terry Nord. Look at that. Oh, I'm not sure what they're trying to do here. Was that 3rd and 10? No, 4th down. Don't like that call either. I'm not sure what Rutgers is trying to do. Punt that ball, playing some field position. Up 7-0 Nebraska. Terry Nord, you write your numbers well. Not bad for a smack. Well, let me tell you something, Terry. I just put the numbers up there. I forgot to put the 7-0 up there when Rutgers scored. Again, my moderator, Mireya, is not doing, I don't know, she must not be paying attention. Ooh, that could have been blocked. All right, Nebraska, 1st and 10 at their 6. Sean saying, of the 125, 150 million, Oregon and Washington would get about 50 million each, and the other 16 Big Ten schools would get an additional 2 or 3 million. A lot more than what Oregon and Washington would get from the Pac. Yes. You know, the worse the Pac deal, the worst media deal the Pac-12 gets offered, the more the discount Oregon and Washington would take from the Big Ten to become the 17th and 18th member. Again, if you weren't with us at the start of the show, breaking news, 30 minutes before showtime, Pac-12 media rights heading to the open market, Pac-12 exclusive negotiating window with incumbents ESPN and Fox Sports has ended without a deal, meaning the conference can now take its full set of media rights to the open market. So the question is, did the Pac-12 get such a low offer that George Kliavkoff, the commissioner, couldn't even present it to its 10 current members? Or did they get an offer? Did George Kliavkoff get a decent enough offer to where George Kliavkoff said, let me present this to the 10 institutions, and Oregon, Washington, Stanford, or the combination of thereof shook their heads and said, no, we're not signing this deal. And of course, they're possibly stalling out to make sure to see if Amazon and Big Ten can finally get that deal done where the Big Ten expands. Tony, I thought the Joe Salem blackboard was broken. No, it's not broken at all. In fact, Joe Salem, that's a good name for his chalkboard. Joe Salem chalkboard. All right, that's what we're going to call it for the night. Joe Salem, former Gopher coach. That's a good name. There's been worse names up there. We're not going to call it the Flug board or the Fluke board. That sounds ugly. That's no good. It's bad enough to have the last name Flugs in it. We're not going to call it the chalkboard, the Fluke board. Joe Salem board. Terry Nord. Is Rutgers really sold out? Saw that in comments from earlier. Yes. Piscataway is sold out. The stadium is sold out for the second game in a row. The first time since Rutgers joined the Big Ten in 2014 where they had 3 home games. Look at him go. Anthony Grant, 5-6 yard run. Him and Casey Thompson, 2 best players on Nebraska this year. Terry Nord loved the Joe Salem chalkboard. Yeah, Joe Salem, that has a good ring to it. The Joe Salem chalkboard. All right, Nebraska trying to establish the run. 3rd and short. Again, I'm probably far behind you guys. It's not because my TV is so far behind. It's this OBS system that we use, this encoder. The next week, hopefully, we're going to speed it up. The technician of Peek Around the Corner is going to be in town, and he's going to help me out. Because your host is not bright enough to fix the issues. Third and 2. Are they going to go to Trey Palmer here? Is that going to Trey? Going to Trey? Big completion. Washington, big completion. The transfer out of Texas, University of Texas. Tony, what was the Pac TV information? That was the big... Tony, that just officially the Pac-12 could not reach a deal with their current media partners, Fox and ESPN. When you start negotiating on your new media deal, you always enter into an exclusive window with your current partners, and it couldn't get done. Now, you remember the Big Ten, when they went into their deal, into their exclusive window, they couldn't get a deal done with ESPN. So they went outside of their window. So going outside the exclusive window doesn't mean you're not going to get a good deal or what have you. Opening up to open bidders is usually a great thing. But I got a hunch. that more than a hunch. It's been reported on. Fox doesn't have all of that great of interest in Pac-12. And ESPN, according to SBJ's own reporting, Sports Business Journal, own reporting within the last month, Pac-12 and ESPN were hundreds of millions of dollars apart. And what the Pac-12 thought they should be valued at and what ESPN thought the Pac-12 should be valued at. So Pac-12, just more bad news for the Pac-12. Okay, there we go. Geez, my pick is going down in flames here. Nebraska's going to have to punt. Rutgers should get some decent field position. Yeah, make sure you smash that like button, everybody. Make sure you smash that like button. Okay, Joey, Greg, do you think Deion Sanders would fit the culture better at Nebraska or at Auburn? Which is the better job in your opinion? I think Deion Sanders would take the Auburn job over the Nebraska job, and that doesn't mean that Auburn's a better job. But Neon Deion Sanders is going to go to a job in the Power 5, which his recruiting ground is right in his backyard. It's not going to go to Nebraska. When you go to Nebraska, you're going to have to grind. You have to grind in the recruiting wars in the Midwest and the Mid-South. Auburn, I think Deion Sanders would be a great fit for Auburn. I don't think Sanders, like I said, when the Georgia Tech job opened up, I don't think Sanders would be interested in Georgia Tech because they don't have the resources. Very difficult. Blocked punt, pick it up. No, we don't have a touchdown. We do have a blocked punt. Rutgers, deep in Nebraska's territory. Oh, they're going to go up by 2 scores. Okay, yeah, but Georgia Tech's a tough place to recruit to. They don't have any leniency for the student athletes. They don't offer that curriculum that can get the student athlete in the school. Everybody recruits in Metro Atlanta, Georgia. If I was Deion Sanders, Auburn job is the job that I would target because that Auburn job is going to go open here after this weekend. Can't believe Brian Harsin still hasn't been fired. After this week, I think he gets let go. Skull Ducky. Everyone hit the button 17 times. Yes, smash that like button. It helps with the algorithms at YouTube so much. I appreciate you all coming tonight to a live show. There's no Gopher game this weekend, so we're doing Nebraska, Rutgers, Friday night, Big Ten action. And Rutgers is trying to go up by 2 scores. Okay, quarterback run, Noah Vigil. Third and goal. Don't do another quarterback run here. They got that snuffed out. They're eyeing the quarterback here. Throw it away. Just throw it away. There we go. All right, kick that field goal. Go up 10-0. Sold out in Piscataway. High snap. Oh, he squeezes it. He squeezes it in there. 10-0 Rutgers. The Big Ten West is a mess. Is a mess. Terrible. Terrible season for the Big Ten West. You know, Big Ten West has done great in bowl games over the last 5-6 years. You go look up the record, Google it. Just fantastic. But man, this season they're just getting hammered by the big, and they always get hammered in the Big Ten championship game. But the days of the two divisions is going away, right? We all know this. Not going to be a Big Ten. Maybe next year there's going to be a Big Ten West. And remember, we reported this last week. It might have been 2 weeks ago. It was right after. No, it was. September 24th. It was the Michigan State-Minnesota game that Saturday, right after that football game. Mark Coyle, as we reported, he talked about it on a radio program. Mark Coyle left that stadium and went straight to Chicago. He left Spartan Stadium in East Lansing, went to Chicago. All the athletic directors went there, and they said, this was a couple weeks ago, they said, Mark Coyle said, we're going to make some decisions in regards to scheduling for the 2023 season, just the 2023 season. And they also said, we're going to make decisions on, do we stay with 9 conference games? 9 football conference games. So we took it at peek around the corner that 10 conference games was still an option. That 9, staying at 9, still wasn't cemented because it makes no sense to go to 8 conference games, right? That makes no sense at all. You just signed a big media deal. You just expanded with UCLA, USC. You're going to one division ultimately of 16 teams or more. But these decisions were going to be made, that this was going to happen. And here we are, October 7th. This Saturday would be would be about 9, 10, 11 days since Big Ten meetings, and we've heard nothing on those decisions. Why haven't we heard nothing? Why haven't we heard nothing? I think it's because they kicked that can down the road again. I think they kicked it again. They're waiting to see what the total composition of the conference will be for 2024, and that will greatly influence what they decide to do in 2023. Excuse me. Kickoff. All right. That's a decent kickoff return. Terry Nord. Greg may already know where the commenters are from. I'm interested. I'm from the Twin Cities. Yes. The people in the chat board, go ahead and do a roll call. Let us know where you are from. I do not know where most of the commentators are from, but I can tell you our 2-month-old channel that has grown massively in 2 months. Oh, big run by Yant. He hasn't been playing much. He pulls off a 10-yard run. They give you analytics on YouTube, and boy, is our audience dispersed throughout the country. I mean, it is, we are West Coast, Midwest, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, some on the East Coast. Our weak spot is the South, which is understandable because the South, there's so many college football YouTube channels covering the South. We like to think of ourselves covering all of college football. We do it every single day, 365 days of the year, but our audience is completely scattered. Definitely not dominated by Big Ten cities. Just all over the place. Salt Lake City. We got a following in Mexico, where my wife's from, Mexico City. Big following in Mexico. Tony's from the Twin Cities. Maria Flugar is from the same city as I am, if you believe that. Maple Grove, Minnesota. Grateful Trojan is in the house. Nice to see you, Grateful Trojan. Once again, he's from Thousand Oaks, California. Joey, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Daglio. Tell me how bad I am at saying your last name. Daglio is from Western Pennsylvania. Sean Sang is from Jacksonville, Florida. Jonathan Anderson from Madrid, Spain, checking in. Jonathan Anderson. Wow. Terry Nord, fans in Kansas must be on cloud 9. Oh man, they gotta be. Right? Again, sold out in Lawrence, Kansas. Tomorrow's game is being on college game day on ESPN. Kansas 5-0 versus TCU 4-0. And I don't think Lance Leipold's leaving. I don't think he's leaving. I know he's like everybody's on everybody's hot board list. He's on Nebraska's, right? He's definitely on Wisconsin if their defensive coordinator, Jim Leonard, doesn't work out here in the last 7 games. I don't think Lance Leipold's leaving Lawrence, Kansas. Maybe I'm being naive. Put your thoughts down in the comment section. But he just got there. He's only been there for 2 years. He's building something special. They're building a big old new stadium for him. He's 58 years old. I know you can't take these coaches at the word when they say, me and my wife we just want to stay in one spot. But that's surely what he sounded like that when he was interviewed like last week. I can't remember where. He talked about himself and his wife finally getting this home in Lawrence, Kansas. And I don't think he's leaving. The pressures of winning in Kansas football is never going to be like, when you go to Wisconsin or Nebraska. Kansas is having great success, but he'd get a lot of leeway in Kansas. And what he's done for that program already is unbelievable. Kansas fans have to be on cloud 9. Terry Aloysius, Himalacious, Connotacious Nord is absolutely correct. Is Joey a Penn State fan? That's a good question. If Joey's still in the house, are you a Penn State Nittany Lion fan? Are you a Panther fan? Western Pennsylvania. Picked off Rutgers. Interception. Casey Thompson was trying to force it into Trey Palmer. That's an interception. Again, I find myself rooting for Rutgers even though I picked Nebraska. My picks are going down once again for the 4th week in a row. There will be a meltdown on Sunday on my episode. There will be a meltdown on Tuesday on Peek Around the Corner. If things continue to go this way for your host. Big interception. Yeah, Sean, are you a Florida State fan in Jacksonville? Tallahassee? Oh, yes, Grateful Trojan. Yes, I heard about that football game from the Bosco. Nation's number 1 and 2 teams. So many excellent recruits. Ooh, he missed on that. Noah Vedral missed on that. Is he hurt? Don't be hurt. Man, you're always hurt. Some of these quarterbacks that always are hurt and they never have the career that they think they would have had, but they're always getting nicked up. This is one guy who's been nicked up his whole. I think this is his 5th year in college football. It could be his 6th, but I think it's his 5th. If they would have had Noah Vedral at the start of the season, because that Wimsatt, the young guy for Rutgers, incomplete. Incomplete on a 3rd down. That Wimsatt, the young guy for Rutgers, who I mistakenly said before the season started, Rutgers should just start him. Let their future be now type of deal. Boy, was I wrong, because that guy was not ready. That guy was not ready. Unfortunately, Shiano sort of listened to me and put him in there. But yeah, that guy was not ready. Simon is their backup quarterback for this game and probably should be for the rest of the season. So I'm reversing myself. Sit Wimsatt off for the rest of the year. The young kid was not ready to play Big Ten football. And now he's injured anyways. Just got the punt off. All right. Palmer goes down and gets the ball. 1st and 10. Cornhuskers need points. Cornhuskers need points. Arctic Fox, the absolute bottom of the barrel. I'm not sure what Arctic Fox is talking about. Maybe this YouTube channel, Arctic Fox, or he might be talking Rutgers, Nebraska. But everything at Peek Around the Corner, everything in college football is important at Peek Around the Corner, including Nebraska, Rutgers on a Friday night. Casey back to pass. They're not giving him any time. Oh, that's offensive interference. Palmer catches the pass down at Rutgers' 29-yard line, but they're going to call that offensive interference on Nebraska. They got to throw it. Yeah, offensive interference. Terry Nord, cool. Grateful Trojan. Bosco's the favorite this year. Okay, thanks for the info, Trojan. Terry Nord, cool cross-section of people watching. Of course, if I was from Lincoln, they wouldn't admit it. Fans from Lincoln, I got a few. I mean, I got more than a few. Rutgers, Twitter followers, Lincoln. A couple big mainstays. They're a little mad at me right now. So I got. They're a little mad at me in this YouTube channel. I've been going after Scott Frost for 3 or 4 years. And there was a lot. Every single Lincoln, Nebraska fan drank the Kool-Aid on Scott Frost. And I'd make comments about it every year, and they'd say, no, he's doing fine. He was never doing fine. Scott Frost was never doing fine. You could tell that his offense was not made for Big Ten football. You can't have your running back running 20 times a game in Big Ten football. You can't have such a small defensive line in Big Ten football when some weeks you're playing Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin week after week after week. Even the Big Ten West, you're going to get pummeled. Tony, Greg, you need to call Big Fox, Big Noon, and tell them we don't need Michigan 4 straight weeks. I know that is absolutely ridiculous. Michigan's scheduling, first of all, this year, ridiculous. 8 games at Ann Arbor, and then they're on Fox Noon every single week. Yeah, I'm going to send an email right now to Fox Sports. They will listen to me. They listen to Peek Around the Corner. Terry Norvis having fun with the Lincoln comment. Understood. So was I. Tony, make it 5. That's who's carrying the Michigan-Penn State game. Yeah, but is that going to be a noon game? Penn State, Michigan? I thought that'd be at night. That's at Ann Arbor, correct? Let me know in the comments section. I think I could be wrong. I was thinking that'd be a night game at Ann Arbor. I could be completely wrong. Let me know in the comments section. Nebraska needs points. $10-0 Rutgers. Again, the news broke this evening that Pac-12 could not get a deal done with ESPN and Fox, so the new media contract is now open for bids from anywhere and anywhere. So Amazon and Apple is going to try to get into the game, possibly. But again, because Big Ten got their deal done and they're looking to possibly expand some more, they've been talking to Amazon for weeks, for months. So Pac-12, George Kliavkoff does not control his own destiny. And that's why it was so foolish, in my opinion. And we expressed it at Peek Around the Corner weeks ago when George Kliavkoff, in those interviews, said there's no other Pac-12 school is going to lead the Big Ten. Big 12 cannot patch the Pac-12. Happy days are here again. And he has basically does not control Pac-12's own destiny. It's controlled by other factors outside the Pac-12. Not George Kliavkoff's fault, because the damage was done before he became Pac-12's commissioner. But the things that he said in those interviews really damaged his credibility, in my opinion. I'm looking at some reports here. If we got any new reports. Tough first quarter for the Cornhuskers, down 10-0. Nebraska's had at least 5 penalties this game. First quarter. Minnesota Golden Gophers hockey, women's hockey, up 3-0. Expecting a very big year from Minnesota Golden Gophers women and men's. The men are rated number 2 in the country, I believe. Noah Vedral has passed the test so far in the first quarter. He's passed the test. He hasn't played. Rutgers is a tough out. If he can play the rest of the year, Rutgers will be a tough out for many of their teams on their schedule. Joey, 12, big noon kickoff. Wow. Terry Nord going to local high school game in about 20 minutes. I can hear the band from my house loud. Friday nights is for high schools, Greg. Ha! Yeah. Well, not anymore, Nord. Not anymore. Friday nights are also for college football, but I get your traditional way of thinking. Friday was always for high school football. Saturday was always for college football, but not anymore. Okay. Tony, Gophers need to beat Illinois. Huge game. Yeah, it's a huge game. It's a huge game, and we're going to be doing a live show on it. Illinois, Minnesota, next Saturday, and I will be under the covers. I will have blankets here in the studio, Gopher studio, because I am going to be very scared. Nebraska cannot run the ball. I mean, Grant had a couple decent runs, but really they cannot run the ball at all. Very surprising. Very shocking. I'll pull up the stats here for this game. out of his own end zone. Ooh, almost completed to Washington, just a little bit off. You can see once in a while Thompson loses the grip of the football and his ball flutters. It happens about 4 or 5 times a game. And I think, and now this is just me speculating, but I think it has to do with that thumb injury he got at the University of Texas. Remember, he transferred from Texas. He had thumb surgery this spring. And I just, once in a while, like he needs that ball set just perfectly in his hands. Because often it just flutters through the air and it gets pretty risky for Nebraska. Especially when he's throwing off balance. It's almost like he needs his feet set, needs a good grip on the ball. That was a good punt. Good coverage by Nebraska. Rutgers 10-0. They get the ball. Good territory. 13 minutes, second quarter. Tony, any rumors about Matt Campbell? No, I think the shine, look, Matt Campbell's done a great job at Iowa State. Tremendous job. But I think the shine is a little bit off right now for Matt Campbell, to be honest with you. He might have waited 1 year too late to jump off to a new job. Now he could find a new job, better, what he would deem as a better job after this year. But I don't know. I think the lights are starting to dim a little bit on him being on top of these hot boards. I know I don't have him as number 1 anymore in the Nebraska Cornhuskers hot board. The new 5.0 hot board's coming out later, early next week for Nebraska. He's not on that board anymore. Good coach, highly respected program builder, but I don't think he's going to be on Nebraska's. I don't think he's no longer going to be Nebraska's new head football coach. I just don't want Lance Leipold going to the University of Wisconsin. If that happens, I may walk in front of a moving bus. Okay? If that happens, if Lance Leipold becomes the new head football coach of the University of Wisconsin, this studio, we will have a funeral. We're going to call it a funeral. Ooh, big pressure. Nebraska's getting pressure. Rutgers is going to have to punt, play field. Nebraska's starting to get pressure on Noah Vidro, and he's banged up. He's banged up going into this game. Yeah, if Lance Leipold becomes the new head football coach of Wisconsin, there will be a peek around the corner funeral for the Big Ten West, the schools in the Midwest. That would be a disaster. Disaster for the Minnesota Golden Gophers if that happens. 4th and 3, punting situation. Don't touch it. Yeah, he caught it. 7-yard line. Nebraska deep in their territory again. They need to get a first down here. Cornhuskers need to get a first down. Got to get it out of their own end. If you don't score, okay, but got to get a first down here. Can't be punting deep in your own zone. Possession after possession. Again, thanks for all you coming to our live show, Nebraska, Rutgers. We talked about the breaking news of Pac-12 not being able to get a deal done with Fox and ESPN, opening up their bidding for the new media contract that's coming up. So can they get a deal done with Amazon? Can they get a deal done with Apple? I'm sure whatever they do, it'll be a mixture, right, of linear and digital, linear and streaming. Possibly some ESPN, possibly some Amazon. The problem is for the Pac-12, well, it's threefold, but the main problem is, according to SBJ's reporting of a couple weeks ago, ESPN and Pac-12 were hundreds of millions of dollars apart. Hundreds of millions of dollars apart in their negotiations. So they weren't close. So, I mean, can an Apple TV make up the difference? Can they offer such a big deal to Pac-12 that the Pac-12 can say yes to this other linear part of the package with ESPN? And again, the story that I'm waiting to break in regards to Pac-12 opening, not getting a deal done with ESPN and Fox. The story that I'm waiting for, if possible, if we can get some information, did George Kliavkoff get any type of offer from ESPN or a combination offer from ESPN and Fox that he presented in front of the 10 institutions that make up the Pac-12? Did he get any sort of deal that he offered it to say, hey, to the Pac-12 10 presidents and chancellors, what do you think about this deal? And if that happened, who said no? And how quickly did they say no? Did Oregon and Washington, Stanford, did they say no right away? But maybe it never got to that point. Maybe it was so far off that George Kliavkoff said, not even going to bother with this. Let's go to the open bidding, open market. Tony, I think Wisconsin has their new coach in place. Could be. That could be. Their defensive coordinator, Jim Leonard, is the new interim head coach. There's only one part of that I'm very suspicious about, saying that they got the new coach in place. It was reported, I believe yesterday or today, that the defensive coordinator, Jim Leonard, now the new interim head coach of Wisconsin, did not receive any bump in pay to become the current head coach. So if that is true, and it looks like it's true because Wisconsin beat writers are the ones that are reporting it, that seems to me that it's not in place. It's not locked in. That Jim Leonard actually needs to have some success on the football field, off the football field, to really get that job. And furthermore, 2nd and 7 here in Nebraska. Good dump off, tight end. First down, Nebraska. That's what they needed. They needed that first down desperately. Vokalek is a good Big Ten tight end for Nebraska. Another part of that story, Tony, is that it was reported, again, out of Wisconsin, that the Wisconsin Badgers, headed by the head coach Paul Chryst, didn't even really have a recruiting department. Like, they didn't even recruit for 8 months. Go ahead and Google it. Look it up. I'll look it up here. Maybe show it on the live show. Try to find it. It's just amazing. I'm gonna try to look it up here. We're going to commercial. Like, where Wisconsin's football program, like, they weren't aggressively recruiting anybody for 8 months. They didn't really have a recruiting staff or something along those lines. So, and you know what? You know who's part of that staff is Jim Leonard. So just a crazy story coming out of Madison, Wisconsin. I'm trying to I'm posting it up right here. Let's take a look at this. Embarrassing report paints unflattering picture of Paul Chryst recruiting at Wisconsin. It sounds like Paul Chryst made some poor recruiting decisions towards the end of his time with the Wisconsin Badgers. The Badgers fired Paul Chryst after a 34-10 loss to Illinois last Saturday. And while the move might have shocked a lot of people, the most loyal fans could see the writing on the wall. Now, a new report from The Athletic paints a troubling picture of how the recruiting situation was behind closed doors. Wisconsin had recruiting issues under Paul Chryst. For 8 months, Wisconsin more or less didn't have a recruiting staff after Director of Player Personnel Saeed Khalif left for Michigan State, according to The Athletic. Chris put together what amounted to be a makeshift staff for recruiting, and it led to at least one disastrous situation. When Michigan player Jimmy Rodler visited Madison as a recruit, the situation was so disorganized, nobody even apparently knew he was there. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. Quote, no one talked to him. No one knew who he was or anything about him, an unnamed source told The Athletic. Rodler eventually landed at Michigan, where he's having a very nice freshman season. Eventually, Christ was able to stabilize the recruiting situation prior to the 2022 campaign, but this report is just the latest blow to the program. So, and you can read the rest of the article. This was Outkick by David Hookstead a day ago. That was from a day ago. First and 10, Nebraska at their own 22-yard line, 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. So, you know, when Nebraska, when the athletic director of Wisconsin fired Paul Chryst, we had an emergency live show here at Peek Around the Corner, and I stated my very strong held opinion that that was the right move for the athletic director. Most national reporters said it was the wrong move. I didn't think so. I thought it was the right move. I know what Paul Chryst's record is, but you could see the slide happening in Madison. You could see it. You could feel it. You could taste it. You know, as a Gopher fan, we're really close to the Badger program. We've seen that Badger program dominate. And they're not dominating. Their wins, they don't dominate. You could see the recruiting has fallen off a cliff at Wisconsin. And I think, you know, and people say, well, you know, the athletic director McIntosh should not have fired Chryst. He should have reformed Paul Chryst. He should have talked about this. Well, we don't know. We don't know. The athletic director might have told Paul Chryst, this is a third and short. Ooh, that did not go well. That was a bobbled snap or some sort. Give it to Trey Palmer on a jet sweep, and he got stopped. Nebraska's that was an horrible executed offensive play. We'll get back to Paul Chryst in a second. They're showing the replay. Yeah, I don't know. That was terrible. Don't know what Nebraska's doing. Anyways, we don't know the conversations. Maybe McIntosh pleaded with Paul Chryst for months to get a recruiting staff in place. I mean, that was 8 months of not having a true recruiting staff in place. So, anyways, that's my opinion on it. Wisconsin made the best move possible. They cut their losses. Another penalty on Nebraska. How many penalties is this? Delay of game? Are you kidding me? Mickey Joseph, very upset on the sideline. Terrible first half for Nebraska. Just terrible. Mike Williams. Why did they extend the exclusive window being that far apart? Has to be a stall tactic. You know, Mike, that's a great question. And I don't know the answer to it. It was stalled. That whole thing got so confusing. I'm not sure, Mike. I have that same question. This thing, you know, the Big Ten deal should have been done months previous to when it was announced on June 30th. Well, we know the reasons why. There was such a bidding war in the Big Ten content. Big Ten was talking to USC and UCLA. I'm sorry. Whenever the Big Ten deal was signed, sealed, delivered, and announced, that was obviously past June 30th. But the deal is supposed to be done in like mid-spring. But it kept getting extended. We know the reasons why now. The Pac-12 deal, everybody thought it was supposed to be done already. Remember this. Just go back, Google it. A couple weeks ago, if you read John Wilner, Casano from Oregon, Wilner from the Mercury News, there was just incredible optimism that a deal was going to be done soon and signed, sealed, delivered, done. And here we are, no deal. And now there's great optimism out west from some reporters. Oh, but Apple and Amazon's going to come in with a big offer and make it, we'll see. But all that optimism hasn't amounted to anything. Hasn't amounted, and I'm trying to be fair. But those same reporters never saw the USC thing happening, even though I gave them information that it was. Here at Peek Around the Corner, we did give those reporters the information that USC was talking to Big Ten. Their goal was to join the Big Ten. We gave that information. We gave them documentation. We sent them stuff, and they completely ignored it, which is fine because we're just nobodies here at Peek Around the Corner. But I'm just saying, they didn't see it coming. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Okay. Tony, wow, not very Big Ten-like. I hope Wisconsin struggles for the next 20 years. Wisconsin's new head football coach, whoever it's going to be, probably isn't going to have the same success rate as Paul Chryst when it comes to wins and losses and winning percentage, right? It's probably not going to happen. Why? Because there's going to be no more Big Ten West division. So Wisconsin's schedule, Big Ten Conference schedule, is going to get more challenging. And then you also have some schools that are pumping in a lot of money in their facilities. University of Minnesota has caught up to Wisconsin. Other programs are catching up to Wisconsin. They may not get entirely there, but they're getting better. They're getting progressive. It's more challenging for Wisconsin. I tell you what, Nebraska's defensive line has cranked it up. Rutgers is going to have to figure some things out on offense because they're getting blasted on the line of scrimmage. They got a 10-0 lead. They had a good first drive, and then they got 3 points off a block of a punt. But since then, they're struggling. Look at bubble. Ooh, missed tackle. Nebraska's missed tackle. Oh, boy, big gain. Down in Nebraska's 22. Cornhuskers missed tackle on defense. Right when I said Rutgers needed to get a bubble screen wide receiver. Nebraska did a good job at recognizing the play, but they missed that tackle. Oh, they didn't show it. Wow. Rutgers gets some points here. Mr. Crunch is in the house. Mr. Crunch has finally entered the house of Peek Around the Corner. That's an end run. I don't think that's a touch. We got a flag. Probably a holding out there, right? Probably a holding. Brown ran it down to the 1 yard line. Probably got a hold. We got a hold. Hold on Rutgers. Mr. Crunch, as a former Nebraska fan, I'm really enjoying this. What is your team now, Crunch? Are you a Gopher? Are you a Badger? I'm sorry, I forgot if you told me before, but what is your team? Who are you a fan of? Thanks for joining. Please smash that like button if you haven't done so. Please subscribe to our channel if you haven't done so, and share this video with your family and friends. If you want to donate to this channel, hit the super chat, hit that $sign by the comment section to help us keep the light on. There's also Venmo and PayPal information you can donate to the channel that runs the sticker across the bottom of the screen. Vigil. Ooh! Almost picked off. All right, Rutgers. 2nd and long. 2nd and 19. Do not give up a turnover. Just settle down. If you got to kick a field goal, that's fine. But no turnovers here. Looks like Crunch is a Gopher fan. Crunch has made the change from Cornhuskers to Gopher. See? All of you can repent. All of you can change. It's never too late. Big quarterback run. There we go. That's 3rd down and manageable. Just no turnover here. That offensive holding penalty probably cost Rutgers a chance for a touchdown. We shall see. But it's 3rd down and manageable. Boy, I should not say this because this shows how stupid I am. But I was not expecting Nebraska to lay this much of an egg in the first half at Piscataway, New Jersey. All right, just get rid of it. There you go. Kick that field goal. Okay, I just got a tweet from Scout the Duck. Scout the Duck, thank you for... I'm sorry, Rutgers just kicked a field goal. 13-0 Rutgers. GT, I went to Michigan State, but in New York City right now. GT went to Michigan State, Spartan fan. I think he's a Spartan fan. Okay, we got a tweet here. Boy, I don't know what to make of this. I'm going to play this. I have not played something audio. I don't know how the audio is going to work here. But this is from Ali Osborne. This is an interview, just a part of the interview with WDTV News. I'm sorry, WTV5 News website. I'm going to play the audio, see if this works. Just hang with me. I apologize if it doesn't work.
Rob, conference realignment is a hot button issue with the Pac-12 under the spotlight specifically. Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Well, I mean, obviously there's been rapid change with Texas and Oklahoma's move to the SEC, and now USC and UCLA's move to the Big Ten. And I think we're just in an environment where, once everything was kind of grounded into tradition and kind of regionally based, that has changed. And so I think you're going to see more and more change because those, kind of geographic barriers have been lifted. And a lot of things are driven by TV dollars, if I'm being quite honest. Fortunately for WVU and for Oregon, we're incredibly strong brands with passionate fan bases, strong TV ratings. And so we're always going to have the opportunity to be at the highest level. And we just need to best position ourselves. We're both in great leagues in the Pac-12 and the Big 12. So, we have great homes. We're great institutions, and I think we will continue to be.
Rob,
First of all, could you guys hear that? Could you hear what was just said by Rob Mullins, athletic director of University of Oregon this evening in an interview with WTV5 News? Could you hear that through this channel, could you hear what was said there? Give me a yes or no. I could hear it. It was a little quiet, though, by Crunch. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. We got some breaking news in a live show, which always seems to happen. Hold on. I got to change the scoreboard. Crunch has said I got to change the scoreboard. Thank you, Mr. Crunch. I am really bad at the scoreboard thing. I'm very slow. Let's do this thing. Rutgers 13, Nebraska 10. Let me see if I can turn this up a bit. I got it all the way up. I'm going to play it again. So, Danielle said he heard it. Danielle said he's confident. What do you mean by that, Daniel? Explain. What do you mean by that? Danielle, yeah. I'm going to play this again. Let's play it again. I got it up as high as I can. I apologize. You might want to turn your TV down. I think you're going to see more and more change. University of Oregon Athletic Director Rob Mullins on conference realignment regarding the Oregon Ducks and West Virginia Mountaineers. I believe, is he bringing up West Virginia Mountaineers because he's being interviewed from a West Virginia news station? If anybody in the comments section, Daniel says he's confident they'll be in the Big Ten, the way I heard it. First of all, I'm going to respond to Scout the Duck. Again, we're watching Rutgers and Nebraska. 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. It's also open discussion. It's always open discussion at Peek Around the Corner. Big play by Trey Palmer. He's having a good year for Nebraska. Anthony Grant, Trey Palmer, Casey Thompson, they're having good years. They're all having good years. They're all transfers. That is what Scott Frost did hit. Those three guys. That they need points. Okay, back to this. Sorry, we're doing a lot of things at Peek Around the Corner. We're always doing a lot of things here. We cover everything in college football. Let me get back. Oh heck, we don't need to see my face. Let's go. We're going to replay this a few times, so bear with me on this. We're going to analyze this. What Rob Mullins, Oregon Athletic Director, said on West Virginia News. I think it was West Virginia News. I'm not sure where that news station comes out of. Again, please help me in the comments section if you got any more information. What's this? Boy, I wish I could spell. That would help. Okay, we're going to play this again. I got to hear this again. I've only heard it once. Skull Ducky, I want you to hear what your athletic director, Rob Mullins, just said on conference realignment.
Realignment is a hot button issue with the Pac-12 under the spotlight specifically. Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Well, I mean, obviously there's been rapid change with Texas and Oklahoma's move to the SEC, and now USC and UCLA's move to the Big Ten. And I think we're just in an environment where, once everything was kind of grounded in tradition and kind of regionally based, that has changed. And so I think you're going to see more and more change because those kind of geographic barriers have been lifted, and a lot of things are driven by TV dollars. If I'm being quite honest, fortunately for WVU and for Oregon, we're incredibly strong brands with passionate fan bases, strong TV ratings, and so we're always going to have the opportunity to be at the highest level, and we just need to best position ourselves. We're both in great leagues in the Pac-12 and the Big 12. So, we have great homes, we're great institutions, and I think we will continue to be.
All right, I'm going to play this one more time. Be patient with me. One more time. I'm very interested in the first part of what he says. The second part is just, was that an interception by Rutgers? What happened there? What happened? Looks like Casey Thompson got hit. Oh, there's a flag. There's a flag. Is that on Rutgers? No, I don't know what's going on. It looks like Nebraska just lost the ball again. Okay, hold on. We're playing this once again. We're playing this once again.
Issue with the Pac-12 under the spotlight specifically. Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Well, obviously there's been rapid change with Texas and Oklahoma's move to the SEC, and now USC and UCLA's move to the Big Ten. And I think we're just in an environment where, once everything was kind of grounded into tradition and kind of regionally based, that has changed. And so I think you're going to see more and more change because those, kind of geographic barriers have been lifted. And a lot of things are driven by TV dollars, if I'm being quite honest. Fortunately for WVU and for Oregon, we're incredibly strong brands with passionate fan bases, strong TV ratings, and so we're always going to have the opportunity to be at the highest level, and we just need to best position ourselves. We're both in great leagues in the Pac-12 and the Big 12, so we have great homes, we're great institutions, and I think we will continue to be.
Okay. I think that is incredibly eye-opening from Rob Mullins, Oregon's athletic director. Thank you so much for Scout the Duck for giving me that information. First of all, Rob Mullins says, I think we're going to see more and more change. Geographic position, conferences based on has been lifted. And now things are driven by TV dollars. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that is quite the eye-opening statement by Rob Mullins, athletic director of Oregon. Now, at the end of that interview, he says, we're in a good spot, the Pac-12, this and that. But man, that first part, you can see the rest of the interview at WDTV5 News. We'll listen to that later on. We'll probably do an episode on this tomorrow at Peek Around the Corner early Saturday morning. I don't know how we couldn't. Breaking news all over the place as we do this live show. What Rob Mullins just said there, I think, is quite eye-opening. Let me know in the comment section below the video what you think. But how he said it, I think you're going to see more and more changes. That geographic, I don't know how he said it, grounded in geography, all that's been lifted, and it's being run by TV dollars. All that is true. He sounds pretty confident that we're going to see more and more changes. And why would he be confident? Because Oregon is in the talks. They're being aggressive with the Big Ten. Go back to our episode 52. We said Oregon was mighty aggressive. We got intel from Oregon's money perch. They were willing to take a discount from the Big Ten. Follow the story with us at Peek Around the Corner. Follow the story with us at Peek Around the Corner. Another big completion. I think that might have been offensive pass interference by Rutgers. Pretty sure that was. We'll see what the refs say. Woo! This has been some big night. A lot of breaking news. Kennesaw State, Georgia's public school in the metro area, going to Conference USA in 2023. Pac-12 could not make a deal with ESPN and Fox. So far, they couldn't make a deal. It's going to open bidding. And now we have Rob Mullins, Oregon's athletic director, with some eye-opening comments on how he sees more and more changes in conference realignment, run by TV dollars, and geographic constrictions have been lifted. I think that's the correct wording. Skolducky is saying this is one of the first times he has talked about it. That's what makes it so eye-opening. Oregon has been completely silent in public. And now he says this. So, again, yeah, I'm getting inundated by direct messages. Wow. I'll get to them later. We're doing a live show. We're talking about everything. Man. Okay, what does Nebraska do here? Do they just get out of this half down 13-0? Do they try to get some points? When halftime is over, I'm going to be just taking a little break, grabbing a sandwich, getting my favorite beverage, Diet Coke, coming back. I hope you come back in the second half. We have lots to discuss. We have to talk about Nebraska-Rutgers. Can Nebraska make the comeback? We're going to have to talk about Oregon's athletic director's comments tonight. And I'm going to send out a question here. Why does he bring up West Virginia in this? Was he talking to a West Virginia news station? I think he probably was. But we're going to need some... Okay. Nebraska's trying to do something here. Casey Thompson is down. He is down. It looks like he's injured. Maybe he just got the wind knocked out of him. Hopefully he's got the wind knocked out of him. I think their backup quarterback is who? Smothers or is it Purdy? I'm not sure who their backup quarterback is this week. It's probably Purdy. Smothers. Crunch says it's Smothers this week. It could be. I think he got the wind knocked out. I think he's going to be fine. Hopefully he's fine. He's been a bright spot. Oh, there's Purdy. He's warming up. Thompson's been a bright spot for Nebraska. So please come join us here in the second half. We got to talk about this Rob Mullins situation. Wow. We're going to listen to that again. Ducky, he's agreeing with me. Ducky is like, this is the first time he's talked about it. Ducky seems promising that that's what most Oregon fans have been waiting to hear. Let me put it to you this way. Let me ask this question. We'll come back to it here in the start of the second half. Again, please come join us in the second half. Let's say Oregon, why would Rob Mullins say that information if Oregon wasn't thinking positive that they're going to make a quick move here to the Big Ten? Why would he say those words? Let's say Oregon's been told no. Let me ask it to you this way. Let's say Oregon's been decided no, that they didn't want to join the Big Ten because of the college football playoffs expansion, which we at Peek Around the Corner has said that logically that isn't what's the expansion of college football playoffs is not stopping conference realignment. Okay, we've had episodes on that. Don't want to go down that pathway again. Other really smart people have said it will. We just don't agree with that at all. None of our intel tells us that at all. So let's say Oregon did say, no, we're staying in the Pac-12. Or let's say Oregon's been told that, no, it's not happening. For sure it's not happening. You're not joining the Big Ten. Then why would Rob Mullins say what he said tonight on a news station? That we are confident we're going to see more and more changes in conference realignment. We're no longer constricted by geographic conditions. And this stuff is run by TV. He wouldn't be saying any of that if one of those were true. That one, Oregon had decided they're not trying to get into the Big Ten, which we know is untrue at Peek Around the Corner. Or number two, he's been told no by the Big Ten, which we know is not true by the Big Ten. Not at this point in time. So let me know your thoughts in the comments section. Nebraska's got to punt the ball back to Rutgers. Rutgers will have no timeouts, but they're going to try to get a field goal here. Again, share this video with your buddies, with your college football friends, your gal friends, your family. Second half, we're going to be talking Rutgers, Nebraska, and we're going to be talking about this Rob Mullins. We're going to be playing it again. What he said. Rutgers. Crookshaw, great return man, great college return man. He's got a chance to play on Sundays. Crookshaw from Rutgers. He used to be a transfer from Wisconsin. He's got a chance. He's got a chance to play on Sundays as a special teams player. Not so much a receiver. Okay, Rutgers going to try to get a field goal out of this. At least a field goal. Good pass play down at the 30-yard line. Rutgers. We got Jay LaFrada in the house. Can't wait for Oregon and Washington to be in the Big Ten. We think it's going to happen. Buckle up, brace for impact. We've discussed the reasons why on this show since we've started this show on August. When did we start this show? We started this show 2 months ago on August 7th. The first episode was August 10th. We've blown by 1,000 subscribers. We've grown way too fast. We were not prepared for it. Thank you for all your support. Smash the like button. Please smash the like button. Subscribe to our ever-growing channel. We appreciate you so much. Hang with us. Hang with us on this breaking story. Oregon's Mullins has spoken, the athletic director. And my, oh my, I think it says a lot. We're going to be playing it over and over again here in the second half. For those who want to, who are disinterested in the story, again, is that a catch? No, not a catch. Again, sorry, but we're going to discuss this. I think it's very important. We know that Oregon and Washington are hot for Big Ten. Big Ten is very interested in Washington and Oregon. We've talked about this. We've discussed this. If you go back to Flug Empire on their Twitter account, and in the second half, I'm going to bring the trash can up here. The wife and I, we bought a trash can at an antique store on July 25th during our anniversary, a 20-year anniversary vacation, and it lists the schools in the old 1960s trash can, and it says Oregon and Washington right along with some other Big Ten schools right in a row. We had to buy it because 3 hours prior to that, we got more word from our source, B. Tim and Associates, that Oregon and Washington were still the targets of the Big Ten. And then later on, a week after that, there was national reports that Big Ten had cooled on these targets, and we said, no, they haven't cooled. They haven't cooled. And so keep following us here at Peek Around the Corner. We're going to be talking about Rob Mullins' comments here in the second half. I'm going to take a small break. I got to get my favorite beverage, Diet Coke, bag of chips. Be back with you again here in the second half. Rutgers going for a field goal. No, he missed it. He missed the field goal. 13-0. End of the first half. Thank you for joining us in the first half. Please come back with us in the second half. We have so much to discuss here in the second half. Oregon, Washington, Big Ten. Let's get to it. I'll be right back. Please come back. Thank you. All right, we're back. We're back. I hope I didn't lose you all. Had to take a little break, get a sandwich, get my favorite. I tell you what, my phone is exploding. Also, I got a little, nothing really important, but a comment from BTM. We'll get to that in a second. Mark Kochendurf, a longtime follower at West Virginia, says yes, Mullins is from West Virginia. WTV is the CBS station in North Central West Virginia. Thanks so much for that information, Mark. Appreciate it. At the end of that comment, we're going to play it again. At the end of that comment, he makes a statement how West Virginia and Oregon are strong brands, strong fan bases, and he finally says, Mullins says, and Oregon is in a strong lead, the Pac-12. But he let that to the end. He says, we have a strong fan base. We have a strong brand. Again, we're going to go over that. We're going to go over that again. BTM basically just gave me a shout out saying that he won't say those things. He wouldn't have said that in public if the gap in time between. I better read exactly what he said here. Folks, I guess what's being expressed from BTM is, he sent me along, I don't want to read the whole thing, but he said, like what we said a couple episodes ago, 2 days ago, the decisions are drawing near. This is, we're at go or no go for launch for further Big Ten expansion, which will have an incredible ripple effect throughout the Pac-12, what's remaining in the Pac-12 and the Big 12. We are at the go, no go for launch. Either way, it's happening soon. And Mullins wouldn't be saying this stuff in public. Okay, even if he had the decision in his pocket, that Oregon is just this close from getting an official invite from the Big Ten, or if it's already really happened, it hasn't been announced, something to that effect. But let's say he doesn't know for sure, but the time is drawn. He wouldn't be saying this if we were looking at 4 more months down the road if the decision is going to be made, yes or no. He's saying this because it's happening now. It's happening now. It's happening now. Also, BTM gave us, I'm going to try to find it here. Sorry, guys. There's a lot going on. There's stuff being given to me on the fly. This is what happens here at Peek Around the Corner. You see how the sausage is made here. Things are, I'm getting some intel. Okay, let me try to find something here. Give me a moment. Again, live show, Peek Around the Corner. Please smash that like button, subscribe to our channel. Thank you. We are watching Nebraska and Rutgers, 13-0. Halftime, Rutgers has the lead. I just don't want to mess up what BTM said here. Don't want to mess up his words. Don't want to mess up his words because he selects his words very carefully. And of course, I can't find it. Okay, here we go. October 4th. What day is it today? October 7th. 3 days ago, BTM We are here once again. This is a sensitive time for Big Ten. For those who are new to our channel or new to Flug Empire, this might not have much meaning for you. For those who have been following us for years or for months, know that this has great meaning. This is what BTM said pretty much on June 19th, 11 days before UCLA and USC was announced that they're going to be new conference members of the Big Ten. He said this is a sensitive time for Kevin Warren. Something to that effect. You can go back to my June 19th comments. What have you. Or you can go back to the pinned tweet on my Flug Empire Twitter account and the article in the Los Angeles Times. I think it's in there as well. But whatever. BTM choose to give me this. I put it out there. And with Rob Mullen's statements of tonight at a West Virginia news station, we're going to be playing that in a moment of minutes, in minutes here. T-Duck, I find it interesting that Mullins was talking about UW and Oregon. Why not just Oregon? Did he talk about University of Washington? See, I haven't seen the full interview. In that little excerpt, he was talking about Oregon. And he brought up West Virginia because he's doing it on a West Virginia site. So T-Duck, did he, in that full interview, did he talk about University of Washington? Anybody else, give me the information. I can't listen to that interview now. We're doing Rutgers, Nebraska here. We're doing Rutgers, Nebraska. So please, give me more information on that full interview. We'll be doing an episode of this tomorrow morning on Peek Around the Corner before the Saturday games start. Okay. Is Dana Holgerson's seat getting warm? How warm, Tony? I don't think so. Very disappointing season. But he's got the backing of the number one booster of Houston. He's solid for another year. Next year is probably being pretty important. Plus, Houston's going into the Big 12, so they don't want to make a change. I don't believe Dana Holgerson's seat is warm. Just my opinion. Skolducky. It does Mullins no good if we've been told no and he's got a pulse on the fan base, and saying something like that would create unnecessary expectations. Absolutely agree with you, Skolducky. Absolutely agree with you. Again, this is October 7th. We know at least before October 4th that Oregon wasn't told no. Here at Peek Around the Corner. We know that. BTM went to giving me this. Here we are once again. This is sensitive time for Big Ten. Oregon hasn't been told no yet. They were never told no. Never told no. Never told no. They know if they're going to get the deal done with Amazon or Apple TV or a new media company, if they're going to get enough money, Big Ten. But they haven't been told no. Not yet. Not yet. Mark Bowman. Thanks for joining us, Mark Bowman. Appreciate it. There will still be a Big Ten West. The 6 West Coast plus Nebraska, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin. You bring up a good point, Mark. I don't think there's not going to be a 10-team division. Okay, let's step back. Let's say this expansion does happen in this window, and let's say Big Ten goes to 20 schools. We could do this with 18. Let's just go. We're just speculating here. We're just speculating. Let me get out of this for a second. Okay, we're just speculating. But let's say Big Ten Conference goes to 20 schools for the 2024 season. And let's say, for just the sake of discussion, that it's Oregon, Washington, Stanford, and California. There's not going to be a Big Ten West insofar as in football, right? That's not going to happen. You're not going to have a 10-team division in the West, 10-team division in the East, and we never hardly ever play the teams in the East. That's not going to happen. Now, will there be a time where there's 4 pods of 5 schools in each? Yes, there very well could be. I don't think it's going to happen, regardless of the composition of the Big Ten going into 2024. I believe they're going to one division or one conference, however you want to say it, one slate of 20 teams with 9 or 10 conference games with 1, 2, 3 permanent rivals. We're going to be speculating on this. And if this happens, this expansion happens, we're going to be talking a lot about this, how this is going to work. But let's say this happens. The expansion goes to 20 schools. The Big Ten West could develop when it comes to the regionalization of Big Ten Olympic sports, non-revenue sports, however you want to categorize them, in baseball, in softball, in volleyball, right? We want to regionalize those sports, not football, but those other basketball. You could see that Big Ten West, Big Ten East. Cut down on that travel time. Rob Mullins said in this little excerpt, in this interview that we got on Twitter, that I posted again, that I will be going over again. We're going to be listening it together again during the second half of this game. He said that the regional barrier, I might be getting this wrong, I'm just paraphrasing, so please don't go after me, but Rob Mullins said something like, regional barriers have now been lifted. I think those were the words. Regional barriers have been lifted. In other words, now conferences are becoming more national. True. But regionality in the Olympic sports and most of the sports is still wanted by these big super conference. And that's why we keep going back to this. It was never the goal of Kevin Warren. To stop at 16 schools in this window of expansion. Never the goal. It doesn't mean the Big Ten doesn't always get what they want, right? We know that. We know that from history. Doesn't always get what they want. But the goal, the target, was not to stop at 16 in this window of expansion. Rutgers kicking off. Nebraska needs points. A lot of comments. I'll get to them here. Thank you all for coming to our live show. Nebraska, Rutgers. Rutgers up 13-0. Breaking news all over the place today. We said things were going to get crazy. They're getting crazy. Okay, here we go. James Caldwell. There's also the possibility he's just speaking on college football in general and not dropping hits about realignment. But he did talk about realignment. He used the word realignment. That's what makes this so eye-opening, in my opinion. Good comment, but he really does talk about conference realignment in this. Sean Eaton, Ducks to Big Ten. We think so. Sean Eaton. What's going on? Incomplete. Sean Eaton. Mullins hasn't spoken publicly about realignment like that until now. Something is definitely going on. Yeah. There's no doubt something's going on. You would not talk about... Let's go back to the comments again. Let's listen to the comments. My Twitter is blowing up. My DMs are blowing up. Okay, a lot of people are asking about why was the Oregon athletic director talking about West Virginia. He is from West Virginia, Rob Mullins. He was talking to a West Virginia news station. Okay. First and 10, Nebraska. Good pass. Anthony Grant mows somebody down, knocks out a defender. First down, Nebraska. Boy, that guy's a tough back. Here we go. Let's get to it. Let's all listen to this again. Okay? Let's listen to this again. Definitely talking about conference realignment. Definitely brings up the fact, Mullins brings up the fact regional barriers have been lifted. TV dollars are running this. And he says we're going to see changes. What does he say? See some more changes. Boy, he's very confident about that. Why is he confident that we're going to see more changes? I wonder why. Let's listen. Everyone listen. Again, I can't get the volume any higher. Let's do this thing.
Conference realignment is a hot-button issue with the Pac-12 under the spotlight specifically. Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Well, I mean, obviously there's been rapid change with Texas and Oklahoma's move to the SEC, and now USC and UCLA's move to the Big Ten. And I think we're just in an environment where, once everything was kind of grounded into tradition and kind of regionally based, that has changed. And so I think you're going to see more and more change because those, kind of geographic barriers have been lifted. And a lot of things are driven by TV dollars, if I'm being quite honest. Fortunately for WVU and for Oregon, we're incredibly strong brands with passionate fan bases, strong TV ratings, and so we're always going to have the opportunity to be at the highest level, and we just need to best position ourselves. We're both in great leagues in the Pac-12 and the Big 12, so we have great homes, we're great institutions, and I think we will continue to be.
So there you have it. I don't know how anybody can listen to those comments and don't come to the conclusion that Rob Mullins, he even talks about positioning themselves. Oregon is because of the great TV ratings, they're in a good spot to position themselves. Oregon does have big TV ratings. We talked about their big brand, their brand multiplier. This is not lost on the Big Ten. Definitely not lost at Peek Around the Corner and everybody we've talked to. They are a brand multiplier. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I read these comments about Oregon not being one of the top targets for the Big Ten expansion. Don't know what to tell you. I've tried to explain it for the last couple months. They are a huge brand. Rob Mullins brings up TV ratings. Absolutely. And they don't really have a huge market there, but they have a huge brand. I can't wait to watch the rest of this interview, but there have been comments here on Twitter saying, well, what is he really referring to? What is it? Well, the lady there at West Virginia news station comes out and says this is conference realignment. This discussion is about conference realignment. And boy, Rob Mullins saying that I can see changes coming, more and more changes. Geographical barriers have been lifted, and this is being run by TV ratings. And then, drop pass by Washington. And then Mullins says later on, talking about how Oregon is in a good position because of their TV ratings, right? He says it twice. One, how TV dollars is important. That's what's setting the table for conference realignment. And then he talks about Oregon being in good position because they have good TV ratings. Why would he say good position if they're staying in the Pac-12? Because overall, Pac-12 doesn't have nearly the TV ratings as SEC, Big Ten, and even the Big 12, right? I don't know how you take these comments other than the fact that Mullins is confident. Is that completion? That he's confident that changes is coming real soon. And he would only be that confident if he was part of the change. If Oregon's been part of the change. And you got to take this in full context. I'll get to your comments in a second. You have to take this in context. He is saying this when When is he saying this? On the day that it's announced that Pac-12 is no longer, Pac-12 has not been able to come up with a deal with Fox and ESPN, their current media partners. So they're going to the open market. He's saying this in context of, we know from reports from Brett McMurphy that Oregon has met with Big Ten officials. Lawyers and consultants of Oregon meeting with Big Ten. Brett Murphy's independent, great reporting from Action Network. That has been confirmed by other reports. Mullins is saying this today in context of what we've been able to deliver you all on episode 52, that Oregon was being mighty aggressive in their talks with the Big Ten, willing to take a discount, willing to expand. Oregon's willing to expand their bandwidth of sponsored sports, which is so important to Big Ten. Oregon, even willing to possibly come up and pony up with huge dollars that it takes to expand, to elevate their men's hockey program from the highest levels of HCHA, which Oregon's going to this year, their hockey club, to the Division I, NCAA Division I hockey, which would take over $120 million probably, just our speculation. We did not get that part of the intel from Oregon's money perch, but we're saying at least $120 million just to build a hockey arena, besides the scholarships and probably adding a women's sports hockey program. I mean, they're willing to do everything and everything. First down, Nebraska. Right? So, sorry for the speech, but Rob Mullins, his comments here, if they were just a standalone comment, right? Okay, interesting. But man, come on. In the context of what's going on around, Rob Mullins' words speaks volumes. And then, of course, you have Dennis Dodd's CBS report of last week or maybe the week before. All these days are running together right now. But Dennis Dodd's report on CBS report. Ooh, is that completed? Washington. That's a catch. On Dennis Dodd's report of Big Ten is still in pursuit of Washington, Oregon, Stanford, University of California, and possible expansion if it works out money-wise with Amazon. So, taking all that into consideration, listen to Rob Mullins' words, and I think it's a very explosive story that broke while we were doing our live show here at Peek Around the Corner. Yeah, there's some hard hitting going on in this football game. Woo! These teams are hitting it. Nebraska's driving. They need points here to start the second half. Skull Ducky. Mullins, he's always been one to hold information close to his chest. He's got to be feeling pretty confident about something. Cindabas. Thanks for joining us, Cindabas. Very interesting comment. I'll play devil's advocate for a minute. What if Rob Mullins is talking about geography not being an issue anymore for realignment because the Pac is trying to add schools outside the West Coast? Very interesting comments. Very interesting. I think the only school that they'd be trying to add outside the Pac coast would be SMU. I know you're just playing devil's advocate. Thank you for the wonderful comment. I love these comments. Don't know I just don't see Rob Mullins' comments being attached to that sort of thing, because really, if the Pac is trying to expand, they got to get back into Southern California with San Diego State. And the only other school that I could see breaking out of the West Coast would be SMU. Don't think that quite can be contributed to what Rob Mullins said here, but good comment. Roy McManama, I'm late to the convo. Rob Mullins said something. We just went through it. Hopefully you caught it. If not, go to Flug Empire on Twitter. But hopefully you caught what we just said. Tony, Rob Mullins is a Morgantown native and West Virginia graduate. That's why he was talking to West Virginia. Yep. Thank you so much, Tony. Skoducky, also the girl interviewing him is an Oregon grad. Wow. Thanks for that information, Skoducky. There's no better comments than what goes on in Peek Around the Corner. People flying in with information. Tony comes in with a comment. She's very pretty. That's not tough, Tony. That's easy, Tony, right there. Jeff Quinby, expansion comments were not in the live broadcast. Interesting. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for that information. First and goal, Nebraska. They get points here. They're back in the game. Touchdown, Nebraska. Big tight end. Vokalek, touchdown, 13-6. Going to have to change the scoreboard here at Peek Around the Corner. Now we got ourselves a game. It's exactly what Nebraska needed to do. Be very interested to see what John Wilner Cazano says after what Rob Mullins just said. I'd like to see their take on it. They always have an interesting take. I know John Wilner's a legendary writer out of Mercury News. Same James. Nice for you to be in the house. Appreciate it. Finally scored. Nebraska's finally on the board. Douglas Scott. They're just Oregon haters, Greg. Lots of them around. Well, I don't know. I don't know. We've explained it as much as we possibly could here at Peek Around the Corner. Why Oregon is being targeted by the Big Ten if they can make the money work. Don't know what else we could possibly say. Cindaboss, it's just USC fans scared of the thought of Oregon joining the Big Ten. LOL. I don't think, again, right away when it was announced that USC and UCLA were joining the Big Ten, people talked about how USC was going to have this veto power. They wouldn't let Oregon in. We said don't pay any attention to that information at all. That's not how it works. It's just not how it works. If Texas A&M didn't have veto power over Texas coming into the SEC after all these years, right? Now, USC is not. When USC talked to the Big Ten throughout the months, it wasn't about Oregon. They spent no time talking about Oregon or who else could come to the Big Ten. USC was talking about USC. USC wasn't even discussing UCLA. Those conversations were independent of each other. USC was talking to Big Ten independently, right? Not until the end did UCLA and USC were brought together to talk to the Big Ten. So USC didn't know if the Big Ten was talking to Oregon or not. So there was none of this. A lot of myths get brought up and you know, over and over again. USC has veto power. Oregon, and this is one of my favorite ones. You know, Oregon is not going to be a member of the Big Ten Conference because currently they're not a member of the Big Ten Conference. If it was going to happen, it would have already happened. That logic there's no logic to that statement. You see that a lot. If it was going to happen, it would have already happened. That's not how the world works, right? Just not how it works. Things happen. Things change. Realignment never sleeps. Okay? Rutgers 13, Nebraska 7. Okay, Rutgers is going to have to respond here. Right? I'm still getting a lot of, I don't know, I've gotten like 5 comments on Twitter. What comments did I miss? And I keep posting it, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's almost like I'm in like a little vacuum here, like a little hole, and no one's hearing what's going on. Yeah. What an interesting day today. What an interesting day. Conference USA gets their 10th team for 2023. Kennesaw State University in the state of Georgia in the metropolitan area of Atlanta. The 10th team in Conference USA. Then we get a report that the Pac-12 did not get a deal with Fox and ESPN, and it's opened. Now they've taken their content to open bidders on the open market. That was expected. That was expected. I would like to know if George Kliavkoff even got an offer worthy enough to put in front of the 10 schools, and who said yes, who said no. Because you gotta believe that University of Oregon, University of Washington, are going to be stalling on any potential Pac-12 deal with any media companies until they get the final yes or no from the Big Ten. Wow. Nebraska, they've turned it up. They've turned it up. Again, getting comments on Twitter that these comments aren't relevant. Don't know how you can listen to those Rob Mullen comments and say that's a nothing burger. Don't understand that. Do not understand that. But that's the way it goes. 3rd and 4. Big down here. Incomplete. Rutgers got to punt the ball. Again, I'm probably way behind on the plays. Just how it is until we get this OBS fixed. All right, Nebraska at their own 17-yard line, down 13-7. 13-7. I got to think that Noah Verderall is injured, nicked up. He was coming into this game nicked up, but man, you can't. They're rotating quarterbacks. He's not completely healthy. Can Rutgers score any more points this game? Can their offense manage any more points? That's the question. So Nebraska, if they don't turn this ball over, right? If they don't have any offensive turnovers, they could be set for this game. So Casey Thompson Got to cool his jets a little bit. He gets a little risky with the ball. Gets a little risky. Again, if you join us, please smash the like button. Please subscribe to our ever-growing channel. Please subscribe to our channel. And share the video with your family and friends who are watching Rutgers, Nebraska. Whole bunch of stuff is breaking here live as we're doing a live show. Rob Mullins, we're going to play it again. Some people are still questioning the relevancy of this comment by Rob Mullins. I'm a little confused. Because I think this really speaks volumes. We're going to play it again right now on our YouTube channel. The volume is not that high, so let's go.
Rob, conference realignment is a hot button issue with the Pac-12 under the spotlight specifically. Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Well, I mean, obviously there's been rapid change with Texas and Oklahoma's move to the SEC, and now USC and UCLA's move to the Big Ten. And I think we're just in an environment where, once everything was kind of grounded into tradition and kind of regionally based, that has changed. And so I think you're going to see more and more change because those, kind of geographic barriers have been lifted. And a lot of things are driven by TV dollars, if I'm being quite honest. Fortunately for WVU and for Oregon, we're incredibly strong brands with passionate fan bases, strong TV ratings. And so we're always going to have the opportunity to be at the highest level. And we just need to best position ourselves. We're both in great leagues in the Pac-12 and the Big 12. So, we have great homes. We're great institutions, and I think we will continue to be.
So that's Rob Mullins, athletic director of Oregon. Well, I don't know how you can take that comments any other way than he's quite confident that we're going to see changes real soon, that Oregon's in position to play at the highest levels, which is not the Pac-12 in terms of TV dollars, which he also talks about. He's quite confident that we're going to see changes, more and more changes. And, it's not down the road. It's like right now in this window of time. Eye-opening comments from Rob Mullins. A few people are taking it a little different than I am, saying it's a nothing burger. Very interesting comments from those who don't think this is much. And if you go back and listen, the lady from West Virginia at the news station says Pac-12 is under the spotlight of conference realignment. So they're talking about the Pac-12. And Rob Mullins' answer didn't even talk about the Pac-12 until at the very end. He talks about how great the brand is from Oregon, how great the TV ratings from Oregon, how TV media money is driving conference realignment, that we're going to see more changes soon. All those comments are not about the Pac-12 until the very end. Where he says, well, we're in a fine home, whatever. So, again, peek around the corner. We were told that realignment decisions are drawing near, and Oregon's being very aggressive with the Big Ten. Go back to episode 52 if you've missed that episode. And I think Rob Mullins' words say a lot tonight. Give me your comments in the comment section below the video. Let me know what your thoughts are of Rob Mullins. Nebraska's punting. Rutgers stopped them. Give me your thoughts and what you think of Rob Mullins' comments today at the West Virginia news station. There's Crookshaw. There's good return. Rutgers, 1st and 10, their 39-yard line. Benjamin King on Twitter, I think Middle Tennessee and Western Kentucky are rethinking not joining the MAC. Good first down play by Rutgers. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I do not think that's going to happen. I don't think Middle Tennessee really had any great love of joining the MAC. I think Western Kentucky was more interested. Which is too bad for the MAC. The Middle Athletic, I think it's too bad. I think those would have been great additions for the MAC. But it did not happen. Don't think it's going to happen now. Think it's a great deal for Conference USA. This expanded college football playoffs. Conference USA, maybe one of these years they could get that 6th best conference championship ranked team among the 10 FBS conferences. If we stay at 10, we might be dropping down to 9. Who knows, right? We might be dropping down to 9. But at any rate, to have a Conference USA membership is worth more now in the conference football playoffs than it was before. The democratization of the college football playoffs, Conference USA, New Mexico State becoming a conference member of Conference USA was vital for that football program, was vital for New Mexico State, and it happened. Same with Liberty. Look at that great run. Oh my goodness. First down, Rutgers, Brown with a great run. It was vital for Liberty to move out of independence into Conference USA to give them a ladder, at least a potential ladder to climb into the conference football playoffs. Right? Not much of a chance in Conference USA. Conference USA champion is not going to be rarely ever ranked as one of the top 6 conference champions to get that automatic bid. But at least mathematically, in theory, it's possible. Right? So a membership in the Conference USA is worth more today than it was just 6 months ago. Ducky, that feel like that last part was lip service. Yes, it was lip service. And some people are taking that last part as meaningful and the first part is not meaningful. Don't understand it, but yeah, I think the last part of Mullins said was just lip service. I agree. Cinda Boss, I think Rob Mullins' comments are definitely significant. He didn't have to say much about expansion, but chose to connect it to Oregon specifically when he didn't necessarily have to do so. Absolutely. Cinda Boss, absolutely. He didn't have to say all that stuff. He didn't have to say, I think changes are coming real soon. He didn't have to say geographic, picked off Nebraska, interception. Boy, that was thrown in triple coverage there. That was a terrible decision. Simon, don't know what Rutgers is doing with the quarterbacks this game. Unless Noah Verdral is injured, do not know what Schiano's doing with the quarterbacks. Anyways, Mullins didn't have to say hardly any of that stuff to answer that question, but he chose to do so. Significance is how you said it, Cinda Boss. Definitely significant. I definitely agree with how you termed that. Jeff Quinby, it's almost like Mullins wanted to get this out there. Uses an Oregon grad on a small West Virginia TV station to do it. She posted these comments on her Twitter feed. Again, not in broadcast interview. Jeff, thank you for that great information. Thank you for that great information. And I'm going to use your information on our episode tomorrow. I hope that's okay with you, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. And he said it so confidently. Again, although they're the vast minority, there's some people who aren't quite getting it this evening. They're saying that it didn't mean much what he said. Just him talking about it like that, boy, that was significant. And of course, you got to put in the context. Now, if you don't believe the context, If you don't believe there's no discussions with Oregon joining the Big Ten, if you don't believe there's actually talks going on, you believe everything's been shut down, then okay, I can see people believing that this comment was about a potential Pac-12 expansion. Again, though, Mullins isn't talking about Pac-12 potential expansion outside of its geographic barrier because they're not even close to a media deal yet, right? I mean, they're not even close. They're not close. How would they even know, how would they even expand? I mean, how could they even plan for it? As the Pac-12 was negotiating with Fox and ESPN during this exclusionary window, Pac-12 is also definitely saying to Fox and ESPN, well, what if we add on this school and that school, the 11th school and 12th school? What if we add on San Diego State? Big pass, big catch by Washington, first down Nebraska at Rutgers 40. That's a big time throw and a big time catch. So Pac-12 is doing this talks with Fox and ESPN. And they're coming. They're saying, can you project an addition of San Diego State, SMU? So they, and there were hundreds and hundreds of millions apart between Pac and ESPN. They're reviewing that play. I think they're reviewing that catch. That's an official review. So there is no talk. There is no real serious talk of Pac-12 expansion. I know it's written by Kazano and Wilner and people out west once in a while. I know that, right? They have their expansion targets and they rate the candidates. But there's no serious discussion within the Pac-12, not yet. Now, maybe as they open up in the open market for other media companies to jump in and bid for Pac-12 content, maybe they start again. Okay, Amazon, what would you do for San Diego State? SMU edition, what would you do? Apple TV for San Diego State, SMU edition. But man, they're not talking about that right now. So Mullins isn't coming on here and saying, I see more changes coming. There is no more geographic barrier. And you know what? TV money is causing this conference realignment. Oh, and you know what? We have great TV ratings and we're positioned. Oregon's well positioned to stay at the highest level of competition. He's not talking about Pac-12 in that context. He's talking about the possibility of Oregon realignment into the Big Ten. Those are my strongly held opinion on that interview. Again, Jeff Quinby. I'm going to read his comment again, and I'm going to steal his comment for the episode tomorrow morning. I hope that's okay by Mr. Quinby. It's almost like Mullins wanted to get this out there, uses an Oregon grad on a small West Virginia TV station to do it. She posted these comments on her Twitter feed, again, not in a broadcast interview. Outside of a broadcast interview, Rob Mullins says these words. And maybe it wasn't a coordinated plan getting this information out there. Right? Maybe, just putting it out there, maybe Rob Mullins is talking to a West Virginia grad lady out there in West Virginia TV station outside the broadcast interview, and it's more of a loose environment, right? It's just, hey, Pac-12's under the conference realignment spotlight. What's your comments? And he kind of is more loose in his statement and kind of says it what it really is, what reality really is. Again, significant comments from Rob Mullins, athletic director of Oregon. Casey Thompson is moving really good in that pocket. Right now, there's a big disparity between the quarterback play of Nebraska and Rutgers. And this is starting to tilt the field towards Nebraska's. Now, this is going to worst case scenario for your host, because I've got Nebraska -3 in my picks. Yet I want them to lose. So if Nebraska wins this game by a point or two, it's a double whammy for your host. Worst case scenario, starting to happen. Ooh, big play, Nebraska, first down in Rutgers territory, 35-yard line. Whoa, missed, incomplete. But Casey Thompson is feeling it. He's feeling confident. 2 minutes ago in the third quarter, it's been all Nebraska here in the third quarter. Darren Taylor, nice to see you, Darren. Darren's in the house. USC wants to leave the pack behind and are fine being on an island, but I keep hearing how the Big Ten wants to add more Pac-12 schools, not to leave USC, UCLA on an island. This argument is a fallacy. Not a fallacy. Big Ten does not want USC and UCLA home on an island. I think people are going to find that out real quick for travel purposes. And I honestly don't think USC made a big deal of it at all when they discussed it with the Big Ten. Because remember, USC didn't even know who else the Big Ten was talking to when they were talking to the USC. They were isolated discussions. So USC didn't have this mindset of, oh, it's just going to be us and somebody else and da-da-da, and we're going to get separation from the rest of the Pac-12 schools. None of that was going on. USC was talking about what they can get out of the Big Ten. Would they be fully invested members, which they are. Fully invested members, USC. Fully invested in the Big Ten. They own their own slice of the Big Ten network. The first day they become Big Ten members, which will be August 1st, 2024. USC got a lot out of the deal, but I don't think they played any veto card on who else Big Ten can expand with. Just doesn't happen in the Big Ten. Fourth and 1. Holy cow. What's going on here? Incomplete. What's going on? Wow. Nebraska should have run that ball. Well, I can say it now after an incomplete pass, but Nebraska's starting to move Rutgers around. That was a great defensive play. Broke that pass up. Rutgers gets the ball. They get a reprieve. They're still up by 6, but you almost feel like Rutgers is losing the game. All momentum towards Nebraska. Big play by Rutgers. Skoducky. Kevin Warren doesn't want to be answering questions the next 6 years about travel on student athletes. No, doesn't want to do that, especially when you have all this reform happening, especially in the Big Ten. All this reform. Student athletes are going to be getting paid in the Big Ten. I tell you what, nothing is working for the Rutgers offense. Nothing. All this stuff, direct payments coming from conference to school. Big Ten, you're going to have these sponsored deals. You could have these NIL deals that are conference made. And now you have to talk all about how schools like USC and UCLA's travel to the rest of the Big Ten, plus the other Big Ten schools having to travel to UCLA and USC, and knowing they can double dip scheduling with those two Pac-12 schools. Stop. Look, you know what? That may happen. Ultimately, that may happen, right? Maybe it stays at 16 schools, but not without the full concerted effort of Kevin Warren to try to get a deal done to expand to at least the 17th and 18th school. And that's always been the goal. And we reported it. We reported on July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd. Let me get something real quick here. I want to show you guys something. So there's been this myth, this theory that USC somehow doesn't want other Pac-12 teams. They told Kevin Warren this. They want to be on an island. They wanted separation. But yet again, if that's the case, then why has it been reported that Big Ten is in talks with Oregon and Washington? Why are they even taking these preliminary meetings? Because it's a myth that USC said that nobody else can join them in UCLA. That's a myth. On July 25th, you can go back to our Flug Empire, go to July 25th, and you will see me and the wife, Mireya Flugar, spending our 20th anniversary going in little towns up close to the Mississippi River in southern Minnesota, Wabasha, Minnesota, a beautiful place. If you're ever going to travel to southern Minnesota, go to Wabasha, the home of the bald eagles. The bald eagles, there's a National Eagle Center in Wabasha, Minnesota. If you're a lover of our national bird, our national symbol, the bald eagle, go to Wabasha, Minnesota. This is a place that during the winter time, there's a place in the Mississippi River where it doesn't freeze over, where there's running water, the river's running, and there's hundreds of eagles, especially in February. They're all grouped in the same area, feeding off the river, the big fish in the river, on the Mississippi River. It's a beautiful place. Well, anyways, we're vacationing there. July 25th. Now, these are weeks after we've talked about a peek around the corner, have Oregon, Washington, Stanford, and Notre Dame with the targets, whatever. July 25th, we got a confirmation again. That morning of, I was in the hotel room, just down having a coffee, letting the wife sleep some more hours. BTM, we discussed, boom, Oregon, Washington, Stanford, Notre Dame, the big targets for the Big Ten is still going on. We're in an antique store, and I saw a trash can, an antique trash can in the antique store. I look at it, I hit my wife on the shoulder, or tapped her on the shoulder, and this is what we saw. And we did a little video of it. We had to tell, I asked the antique dealer if I could take the trash can. I'm going to do a little video of it. And I promised him that I was going to buy the trash can because my hands were all over it. We're doing the video. This was the trash can, right? This was the trash can. We saw on our vacation a peek around the corner, right? It's got all these emblems of these schools. All these emblems, right? Either made in the late 60s, early 70s. Don't know quite. But that wasn't the side of the trash can that was facing me and Mireya. It was this side of the trash can. This side of the trash can. And I'm looking at it. Now, this was a couple hours after my report that, yes, Washington and Oregon were continued to be, in Stanford, the main targets of the Big Ten, and that there were going to be talks, formal talks, starting around August 15th. We had this whole report on it, and look what we see. Stanford, Oregon, Wisconsin, Washington, Ohio State, Minnesota, Notre Dame, Indiana. We thought that was just hilarious and fantastic. If there was ever a sign that was going to happen, there it was. Stanford, Oregon, Wisconsin, Washington, all these Big Ten teams, Minnesota, and of course Notre Dame, which seemed not to be happening for now. But that is the famous trash can, peek around the corner trash can. We did a little video on this, and then other people on our Twitter page at Flag Empire do own this trash can, right? And so they were sending pictures of their own trash cans with the same schools, same emblems. Anyway, so that's the official peek around the corner trash can. So this will always hold much significance, especially Rutgers did not get a first down, especially if things happen the way we think they're going to happen. Anyways, pretty fun stuff. We just saw that, boom, right in the antique store. Right after I did the video, and the side of the can showed Stanford, Oregon. Pretty funny stuff. 4th and 1, flag, offsides, probably on Rutgers. Wow, Rutgers blowing it on 4th and 1. Sean Eaton, I knew you were going to bring that trash can. Yeah. Well, and when we do the episode, if we do the episode that happens, you better believe that trash can is going to be part of that explosive episode. Was that offsides on Rutgers? You know what? He was not even going to get that first down anyways. Wick, go Rutgers, LOL. Punts it in the end zone. Not good special teams play. The offense, and now the special teams are failing Rutgers here in the second half. 13 minutes to go, fourth quarter. All the momentum, Nebraska. All of it in Nebraska. Everything favors Nebraska right now, except for the scoreboard. Tony, how many years do you think Notre Dame's new TV deal will be for? Pretty short. I'm guessing pretty short. 4, 5, 6 years. Everybody's following the Big Ten's lead. Shorter deals. If you can get it from your TV partner. Again, the more leverage you have as a conference, the shorter the deal you can make. Right? So, Notre Dame, pretty good leverage with NBC, I think. Although I think that's waning a little bit too. But that's for another episode. Cinderboss, it's funny because USC fans have no idea what the athletic department is even thinking. They may not even care about whether Oregon is added. USC's athletic department may have a strong opinion of it, but they didn't, again, when they were having discussions with the Big Ten, they weren't talking about Oregon as being, it wasn't about Oregon. It wasn't about anybody else except for USC and the Big Ten. So they don't have veto power. They might say to Kevin Warren, boy, we'd rather not have Oregon, right? We'd rather have somebody else. They might say that, but don't think that's going to carry a whole lot of weight. They're not even a Big Ten member yet. So think about that. Again, I'm going to have to get to my DMs after the show. Lot of comments. Again, BTM, Big Ten man. Big Ten man, our source, and his associates that broke the USC and a whole bunch of stories in the last 6, 7, 8 years. He's made one comment to me today after Rob Mullins said what he said, basically chuckling and saying, him coming out here saying this is also a timing thing where, things are going to happen relatively soon. It's under our belief. Mullins wouldn't have said this stuff. Again, it's just another log in the fire that's burning bright, that things are winding down here. Decisions are being made in this window of realignment for the Big Ten. Second and 8 Nebraska. Sorry about that. Just fielding comments on Twitter. A lot of things going on. Casey Thompson gets out of it. Man, he's making plays. Nebraska quarterback is making plays. Rutgers quarterbacks, they haven't made a play since the second quarter. But he gets hit, though. Thompson gets hit a lot. 1st and 10, rolling out, throws a pass. Man, it's all Nebraska. Did we get a hold on the offensive line when Casey Thompson rolled out? That could be a big holding call. Holding Rutgers. Ooh, that's going to put him back. Anthony, 77, holding. First and 20. 1st and 20, Nebraska. Mike Wilson. Nice to see you in the house, Mike Wilson. Greg, what is your opinion on what Oregon and Washington would take to join, plus number of years to full member, if it happens? Just speculation on my part. I don't know what the number it would take to join. I don't know if 50 million would be. I tell you, the lower the Pac-12 is, the bigger the discount Oregon and Washington would take to join the Big Ten. I think the money, I don't want to say it's not important. Of course it's important. It's the reason why Oregon and Washington wants to join the Big Ten, among other reasons. I mean, that's, as a research institution, you want to be in the Big Ten. Plus, you get this incredible increase of exposure. Oregon, Washington being exposed to the Midwest, to the East Coast. You're battling for students. You're battling to get the best students. Your athletic program is the front porch of your institution. So all that is extremely important. The money component is important. I don't think it would take 50, 60 million. I would think they would join, right? They're not going to get probably not going to get the full 70, 75 million right off the bat. As full members, I would say probably the life of the contract. Takes 5 or 6 years. Remember, every single Big Ten school from the original, when the Big Ten Network was established, there was 11 Big Ten schools. After the Big Ten Network was established, Nebraska came on. That's the 12th. And it took them 5 or 6 years to become full membership. Okay, Nebraska had to punt the ball. Rutgers have it again with 9:50 to go. Their offense hasn't been able to do anything. So we'll see if they can get down and at least kick a field goal to ice this game. Probably not, but we'll see. So it took Nebraska 5-6 years for full membership. It's taken Rutgers and Maryland the same amount of time. They didn't get full payments as a new Big Ten member, but neither did the first 11 schools of the Big Ten. When that Big Ten network was created, the first 4, 5, 6 years, all of the money that the Big Ten schools were getting in Big Ten network payouts went back to the conference to help pay. Then that money went back to Fox Sports because Fox Sports paid the bill on the upstart of the Big Ten network. They were the sugar daddies of the network. And this is how the Big Ten paid back Fox Sports. They withheld money owed to the universities and just paid that money to Fox Sports. So when Nebraska came aboard, they did the same thing in Nebraska. They withheld money, Big Ten network money, and that was Nebraska's buy-in to become a full member of the Big Ten. They did the same thing to Rutgers. They did the same thing to Maryland. That was a little bit more complicated because those athletic programs are so far in debt that Big Ten gave them loans, okay? But now USC and UCLA are going to be full members, Big Ten, right off the bat. It was part of their deal, right? USC had leverage. I talked about that. I talked about that in March, April, May, June, when no one else even knew that this was going on. And we kept reporting it. And then we were saying USC has great leverage, and Big Ten fans went crazy on me because how can you even say that? USC is not even a part of the Big Ten. They're not even going to be, all this stuff. But that's what USC got out of the deal. Oregon and Washington, unfortunately, probably are not going to get that full membership right away. Maybe they get them full membership as Big Ten Network, where they get that full $9 million a year in payouts. But they probably have to come in as a discount, right? They probably won't get that full Tier 1, Tier 2, which is CBS, NBC, Fox payment. They're probably not going to get that full $70, $75 million a year. I think they probably come decently close to it, but way more than they would get from the Pac-12. And all those other things that the University of Washington and University of Oregon would receive becoming Big Ten members. And again, 6 years, 2029, 2030. If Oregon and Washington are able to jump in the boat for 2024, in 2030, they're full members of the Big Ten and all ways, and they don't have to worry about it. They won't have to worry about it. Don't know the answer to your questions. I'm just laying out that episode 52, if you're new to this channel, please go to episode 52. We talked about the aggressive nature that Oregon has been in these talks with the Big Ten. That's why when this news broke tonight as we're doing the live show, what Rob Mullins said, this is why it means so much to us. It's because we have this intel on Oregon being so aggressive. And then you got Rob Mullins coming out here and saying what he said. It's very hard. It's impossible for us to peek around the corner to ignore Rutgers' holding call. Man, they can't do anything on offense. It's hard. It's impossible for us to peek around the corner to ignore what Rob Mullins said today and just say it's a nothing burger. It's not a nothing burger. Not a nothing burger. Okay. Darren Taylor, thanks for coming in the house. Amazon tried to get Big Ten 2-tier. Their bid was the highest, but the Big Ten passed. Now Amazon wants to pay for Tier 5 rights, which could be the worst of the worst games. Can't see it. Makes no sense. Is ex-golfer Curtis Dunlop playing for Rutgers tonight? I'm not watching. Don't know that, Tony. I don't know that. It looks like there was an interception or something. Turnover, Nebraska's ball. Boy, Rutgers' offense has done nothing the last 2.5 quarters of this game. Don't know about Curtis Dunlap. Don't know about that. Mike Wilson thinks I've heard reports anywhere from 30 to 55 million. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. I think 30 is a little too low. Yeah, I think they get more than that. Darren Taylor, Amazon tried to get Big Ten Tier 2. Yes, they did. Great comment, Darren. They offered more than what CBS offered for that afternoon game, but they didn't get it. That fifth game, it's not going to be as high as value as the first. No doubt about it. Every slate of the Big Ten Conference, Thompson going deep, touchdown, Nebraska. Touchdown, Nebraska. To Washington. Deep in the end. No, Trey Palmer, deep in the end zone. Nebraska has tied it up 13-13. I'll get to your comment in a second, Darren. Wow, ties it up. Darren, yeah, the money isn't going to be as big as their first offer to the Big Ten, right? Because it's not the second or third best game every week. It'll be the fourth or fifth best game every week. Probably the fifth best game every week. But when you're expanding with Oregon and Washington, that helps the conference slate. Plus, I'm going to say something else, Darren, which is very important. Nebraska takes the lead, 14-13. There's another aspect to the value of Big Ten, and that's not just eyeballs, ratings. It's also the fact that national advertisers love advertising during Big Ten content. Because Big Ten metropolitan areas, the demographics, like to buy products and services that are being advertised to them during live sporting events. The buying power is very strong in Big Ten country. It's one of the reasons that Big Ten wanted the city of Los Angeles, to become a Big Ten city. So who moves products and services more than Amazon? Nobody, right? The way they've been producing their NFL shows, what they could do in the future is all very intoxicating to Big Ten and other conferences, other sport leagues. It's just the exposure part that is weak right now for Amazon. But the ratings have been pretty strong so far for NFL. Better than expected for the NFL Thursday night game. So when you say that the fifth best game of Big Ten, yeah, it's not as valuable as the best game during the week, second best game of the week, third best game of the week. But it still would hold some value because Big Ten country watches Big Ten games and they bring that purchasing power. One of the reasons why I think University of California is brought up so much as the potential 20th Big Ten school is because of the demographics in and around the big purchasing power of where they're located. Northern California, the San Francisco area. It's just that they don't have a very intense fan base. But it's the buying power of the Big Ten country that entices Amazon to possibly even go as the fifth best, taking only the fifth best game every week. But can a deal be made? Can Amazon offer enough money to where Kevin Warren can swing the votes inside the Big Ten Conference and the Big Ten presidents? We're going to have to wait and see. I don't think we're going to be waiting very much longer. Darren Taylor, Big Ten going to 8 games with the Big Ten championship game and 4 CFB games. That's the killer schedule. Our killer regular season, 9 games for Big Ten teams will leave nothing left for the long conference. I think they're going to... Okay. Rutgers got to get some points here. I don't. I think the SEC is going to 9 conference games. Pretty sure they are. I mean, they're getting paid a lot of money from ESPN, from Disney. Think they're going to go to 9. So I don't think the Big Ten's going to 8. The question is 9 or 10. And sure, it's going to be, going to be a grueling schedule, but you're getting paid a whole lot of money. You better show the content that's worth the value of that big contract. They're definitely not going to 8 conference games. With an expanded playoffs, with more at-large bids, big brands want to play big brands more often in the era of NIL, name, image, and likeness. Oh boy, Rutgers can't do anything. First down, couple yards. This is worst case scenario. Worst case scenario for Greg Pflugar. Peek around the corner. I had Nebraska -3. They were only winning by 1. I either wanted Rutgers to win or Nebraska to cover, and I'm getting neither at this time. Worst case scenario. The nightmares. Ooh, he broke the tackle. Give me a first down. There we go. First down, Rutgers. First down, Rutgers. Whoa. I got a lot of Twitter comments. I'm going to have to... Man, they can't get anything going on the ground. Nothing for Rutgers on the ground. I need Rutgers points, or I need a pick 6 by Nebraska. I can't have the game end at 14-13 Nebraska. Can't have it happen. No. Sack. Quarterback's got nowhere to go. It's been Nebraska, all Nebraska, since the end of the first quarter. All of it. This would be a tough loss. Tough loss for Rutgers. Tony, Greg, I thought you were Jimmy the Greek after the first couple weeks. Well, I'm glad there's someone old like me who even knows who Jimmy the Greek is. Rutgers got to punt the ball. Yeah, what was our record? I don't know. We were 16-10 at one point, 16-10-1. We were 8-3-1, 16-10-1, or something like that. 8-2-1. And now we're 21-1, and we're about to go 21-22-1. Although there's one prediction that I got right, Tony. And that is the collapse would happen here at Peek Around the Corner with our picks. And the collapse happened. Nebraska's going to score one more time. You'll be fine, Greg. Cinderboss tells me I'm going to be fine. Well, they better score again, or Rutgers going to score again, because at this point, I'm getting hammered both ways. I need a turnover here by Nebraska, or a quick score by Nebraska. Something's got to happen here. All right, a couple yards, second down, 2nd and 8, 2nd and 7. Thanks for all joining me here at Peek Around the Corner live show, Nebraska Rutgers. Appreciate it. Won't be doing a live show Saturday, but I'm going to be doing an episode Saturday morning. Going to record one with the Rob Mullins situation and everything else we've been hearing. Big stuff going on. Don't think everyone's realized it yet. but they're going to. They're going to. 3rd and 7. This is Rutgers' chance. This is Rutgers' chance. Third and 7. Oh, man, he got pressure, but he got the ball off. Oh, no, another injury. Another injury to a Nebraska tight end. Hopefully it's just the ankle. Hopefully it's not the Achilles. He's walking it off. He's walking it off. Oh, he's down again. Volek. Hopefully that's just a twisted ankle. He's down. Nebraska cannot afford to lose another tight end. He's getting up. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. First down, Nebraska. Rutgers is in a whole lot of trouble. Again, also announced tonight, Kennesaw State joins the Conference USA. So it's going to be Kennesaw State, FIU, Louisiana Tech, Middle Tennessee, UTEP, Western Kentucky, Sam Houston, Jacksonville State, New Mexico State, Liberty, all in Conference USA in 2023. Conference USA will lose some schools to other teams. Other conferences here. In the conference realignment, all the ripple effects. And that's another thing. If the Big Ten expands with Oregon and Washington and possibly Stanford and another school, the ripple effects, again, will be great. Will be great. It will affect Pac-12's future, the rest of the schools. It will affect the Big 12's ability to poach the Pac-12. Boy, this has been a slow death for Rutgers tonight. Tough game for a sold out crowd in Piscataway, New Jersey, and Rutgers sold out. They had the lead 13-0, and it's been all Nebraska ever since, 14-13. Houston is losing tonight. Tony says Houston is losing tonight. What happened to them this year? They never looked good from the very first game of the season. They never looked good. Their offensive line was projected to be one of the best in the country. Definitely the best in G5 conferences. And they haven't been. So their offensive line has been extremely overrated. And everything has collapsed since then. It's just not been good. Other than that, Tony, I can't tell you. Other than that, can't tell. I don't think Dana Holgerson's on the hot seat, though. Maybe I'm being naive, but he's too tight with their largest booster. And their booster, Feretta, has an incredible tight stranglehold on the Houston Cougar athletic department. And I do not think Dana's going after this year. Oh! God, Anthony Grant almost got out of that tackle. No gain, 2nd and 10. Rutgers defense, they've got to stop them now. They've got to stop them now. For yours truly, I need a Nebraska touchdown or Rutgers field goal. I need something. I can't have it stay this way. And now we have a timeout. Who called this timeout? Rutgers. Oh, this is worst case scenario. Nebraska winning by a point or winning by 2 points. Worst case scenario. Somebody do something. Somebody do something. Somebody do something. It's not good. Tight ends back in the game. That's good news. Good news for Nebraska. Ooh, they're playing power football here. They got 6 offensive linemen running that ball. They get nothing. They get nothing. It's 3rd and long. It's 3rd and long. That's a very interesting formation at 2nd and long, or 2nd and 10 for Nebraska. They did not hide the fact that they're running out of that formation, or pretty much. Very interesting play call. Very interesting package Nebraska threw in there on 2nd and 10. Rutgers calls another timeout. 3rd and 11. Play of the game right here. Play of the game. Third and 11. Okay, now who called timeout? The Nebraska called timeout. What's going on here? What's going on? Rutgers called a timeout? 2 timeouts in a row? Holy smokes. I don't understand that. Don't understand that at all. What's going on here? You can't do 2 timeouts. Well, now definitely this is the play of the game. 3rd and 11, Nebraska. Wow. For some reason, bobbled snap. Oh, they threw the flag on that. He's just trying to get him out of bounds. He threw the tight end. Rutgers penalty. Oh, boy. Trying to get the tight end down to the ground. This has been a disaster. This has been a Rutgers disaster since the first quarter. First down, Nebraska. After the play was unbelievable. Terrible discipline by Rutgers. He was out of bounds. Throws him to the ground. Terrible. Just terrible. You put your teammates in a tough... That was Rutgers' ball. That was Rutgers' ball. Worst case scenario is underway. Nebraska up by a point. No need to try to score. Run out the clock. JS said it was a bad call. I tell you, as a player, you can't put the refs in that type of position. I don't know what's going on. Now Nebraska calls a timeout. Not the best game, gotta tell you. Not the best game. This win by Nebraska, if they pull this out, keeps their hopes alive, I guess. But Not a very good team. Rutgers, an improving program, but that quarterback position leaves a lot to be desired. Noah Vedral, decent quarterback, but he's nicked up. He's not healthy. Else they would not have been rotating their quarterbacks. Running back gets stopped. 2nd and 10. Well, Nebraska will be able to run it down below 2 minutes here, even if they do get stopped on downs. Friday night, Big Ten football. All right. We got a 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 7. Nebraska running again. Best case scenario for Rutgers. Nebraska punts it with 1:30 left, something like that. Injury, Rutgers, number 17, looks like the left knee. Yeah, I think the play here for Nebraska is fake inside handoff. Let Thompson run on the outside. See if they can bust one. Again, thanks for all coming to the live show here at Peek Around the Corner. I appreciate you all. Thanks for smashing that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We do at least one watch-along game a weekend. Usually the Gophers, but this weekend the Gophers are not playing. So we decided to do Nebraska-Rutgers. Of course, we talk everything college football. Every live show we do at Peek Around the Corner, we discuss everything college football. Anything you want to talk about. The show goes in your direction, and your comments, questions. So I appreciate you all coming to our live show. 3rd and 7. Nebraska's just going to run the ball here. Probably punt it with 1:25 seconds left, something like that. Unless they get the first down. Ugly. Not a very pretty game. Not a very pretty game. And of course, the result is really ugly. I got Nebraska -3. The collapse continues for Peek Around the Corner predictions every Tuesday. So if you want to see the collapse, get bigger and bigger, watch us next Tuesday when I make another 8 picks. Nebraska calls a timeout. I have no idea what's going on. This is not a good game. This is not a good game for either team. It might be a good result for Nebraska. Big Ten West football is really, really bad this year. Sold out crowd at Piscataway, New Jersey. See if they can do a miracle finish. Trying to stop Nebraska. Boy. Probable holding call on Nebraska. A probable holding call on Nebraska. He did run out of bounds. And it left Nebraska short. So this is an interesting situation. Do they take the penalty? Or do they take that Nebraska's up a yard short and just challenge Nebraska to go for it or not? Yeah. They got a holding on a Brown receiver, number 4. Atlanta Brown. Looks like they took the penalty. 1:55, 3rd and 17, Nebraska. This hurts Rutgers with the clock a little bit. They're going to lose a little bit more time. Okay. Somebody is injured for Nebraska. I think. Offensive lineman. No, he got up. Okay, they're going to be putting the ball around 1 minute and 7 seconds to go. I don't know, guys. I don't see Rutgers being able to drive the field with 1 minute to go in the game with no timeouts to kick the game-winning field goal when they haven't been able to move the ball at all this whole half. Don't see it happening. JS, are you going to cover Big Ten basketball? No, I'm not. Nope. This is a college football, peek around the corner, 365 days a year. I'll make comments on my Twitter account at Flag Empire, no doubt about it. But we do a national college football show here. It's football, college. We don't do NFL. We don't do anything else. Everything in college football is reported on at Peek Around the Corner. I think people are waking up to Oregon's athletic director's comments. I see it on my Twitter. People are picking up on it. Again, it broke while we were doing a live show. I need a Rutgers miracle. Piscataway miracle. Let's go. Or a pick 6 by Nebraska. Either way. I need a miracle either way. Nebraska points, Rutgers points. We can't stop at 14-13. Let's go. Let's go, Rutgers. Or Nebraska. Oh, boy. Look at that. Nebraska's given up 86 yards in the second half. Well, now, is Simon back in the game? Is that Simon? Yeah, okay. Well, this game's over. That Simon is not... So Noah Verdell, whatever you pronounce his name. I always called him Verdall until I heard it differently. He must be injured. I mean, he'd be in this game right now if he could play. They do not have. Okay, they got a penalty, but that ball was tipped. So you can't call interference or anything. I think that ball was tipped when it left Simon's hands. I might be incorrect, but it looked like that ball. Rutgers doesn't have. The quarterback position is just so dreadful. The quarterback room at Rutgers is so dreadful that Channel cannot elevate that program any higher than it is now until they get a couple of decent quarterbacks. I think Wimsatt has a... See, that ball's tipped. You can't call interference on that. I don't know what's going on. They blew the whistle. They're going to bring that interference back because that ball was tipped. Tony asks, is Mickey going to put Trev in a tough spot if he keeps winning? I don't think so. If Nebraska makes it to the Big Ten championship game, I don't think Mickey Joseph's going to be the head coach of Nebraska. This is Trev Albert's hire, right? This is his spot. This is his shot. He went on with Scott Frost for a year, an extra year that Scott Frost should never have gotten. Anything short of a Big Ten championship game, I think they're going to go big whale hunting. Trev Alberts is going big whale hunting. It's going to get a big name. Woo! This is a slow death. Well, it's a tough game for Rutgers to lose. Sold out stadium. Haven't done anything since first quarter. Not a fun game to be at. This interception, Nebraska's game's over. I tell you. Congratulations, Nebraska. Rutgers, you need a quarterback in that quarterback room for next year. You cannot go into the 2023 season with that same quarterback room. And again, your host, Greg Pflugar, has lost another pick as I go 21, 22, and 1. I had Nebraska -3. I wanted Nebraska to cover, or I wanted them to lose a game. The one thing I could not happen was Nebraska win by a point or 2 points. And guess what happens? Nebraska Cornhuskers 14, Rutgers 13. Thanks for joining us here at Peek Around the Corner. We'll be doing an episode tomorrow morning on Rob Mullen's comments, Oregon's athletic director. And when I send this out, please share the video with your family and friends. It's significant news. It's very significant. Until next time, from all of us at Peek Around the Corner to all of you, please, you all take care of each other. Thank you so very much.